Man, I'll tell you what, I gotta find out what the fuck is going on. It only drops when I do this stuff, doesn't it, right? We only lose the stream. I swear someone out there is like, DDoS attack, DDoS attack. Shut him up right now. It only happens when I'm going on rants. Never ever happens unless I'm on a rant. People are like, you gotta go over there and watch that guy. He's freaking out right now. Hold on here. It's only want to go on these. It's only want to go on these rants. Hold on 1 second here. What am I doing here? What am I doing? Go over there. There we go. See if we can pick anything up. Oh, there's a nice little, look at that nice little volume bar down. Let's switch over there. This is so weird. Am I live on YouTube right now? Was I not live on YouTube this morning? Maybe I was. I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like I'm back up on YouTube. Okay. Yeah, it looks like I'm back out live on YouTube right now. Sorry about that. Like every time I go on a rant, people are like, "Oh, he's gather around the fireplace." He's gonna go off and start screaming about stuff. He's not gonna make any sense, but it's hilarious to watch. He's gonna like draw big crayons everywhere. You want to see a bubble? I'll show you a bubble. You want to see a bubble, buddy? I'll show you 9,000. How about 12,000? How do you like them apples? Fucking turn a bear sheet white. Just like turns polar bear. He's like, oh, man. This guy's talking about 9,000. He's crazy. Oh, no. Then he just showed me we actually did something like that twice. Can you imagine being a young bear out there and I'm telling you, what do you want? You want to see 9,000? We can do it. We can do it easily. Nice. We got vol. Ooh, this is really nice. Juice. You guys want to see something cool? Ooh, yeah. You guys want to see something fun? Oh, yeah. What's that? Well, that's at the money vol. What's at the money? What's at the money? SPX at the money vol. Ooh, what's this down here? 326, 327, 328. Looks like it's going down, baby. Woo! Short week, right? Ooh. You want to know if we're going to start ripping faces off? If you're a bear out there, run. Run if you're a bear. Oh, that's what that could be that. I forgot about the solar flares. Matter of fact, I got a warning because of where I live. I got a warning. They come over where I live. Where I live, we actually get interference. That could be possible. You might be right, G-Dad Gold. I forgot about the solar flares today, brother. Yeah, get out of the way if you're a bear. Get out of the way. Get out of the way until the 1st of April. My favorite is definitely I think my favorite trade coming up is going to be the collar trade. All right, I'm going to take a quick break here. I've been my voice already is gone. I need like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I'm going to put on, what I call it, CNBS. CNBS I'm going to put on. Because if you don't want to hear CNBS, when I do speak, I will take my picture down and remove the break time thing. So you can mute the show if you want, if you don't listen to CNBS blabbing in the background. And I'll also put the news squawker on from Financial Juice, so you can hear them if anything important. Cook blabbing in the background too. And I'm going to take a quick look and see what we got for auctions today. Monday the 25th. All the news came out at 10:30. At 11:30, we got a 3-month auction and a 6-month auction. That's at 11:30. And that's right now. So be wary. And then at 1 p.m., we've got a 2-year auction at 1 p.m. So right now, we've got some volatility. We had the ramp we had the 10:30 vol control ramp, right? 10:30 a.m. vol control ramp. We got the 11:30 auction vol. And then we also have the 1:30 vol control gang coming in, 1:15, 1 o'clock. They come back into the scene around between 1 and 1:30 in the afternoon after the today the 2-year auction. So let me ask you one other question. We're going to break. What are you guys going to pay attention to out there? Please repeat. Unemployment cap. Unemployment. That's what we are watching. Unemployment is going to be like the biggest thing you need to watch. All right, I'll be back with you guys. Just a minute. Let me see. Bring that up right there. You might see a little bit of. Let's see what's going on here.
5.23%, 5.23%, and for the 3-month bid to cover ratio, that's 2.88.
HYG looking great, by the way.
The US sells $73 billion in 3-month bills at a high rate of
Tesla looking like it's in beast mode.
Awarding 41.93% of bids at high. And the 6-month
Reddit climbing right now, trading $51.
5%, and the 6-month bid to
also of note, Reddit has an hourly trigger forming on it.
The US sells $70 billion of 6-month bills at higher rates 5.105%, awarding 61.77% of bids at high.
Dude, I ate this weekend. I just kept eating and eating and eating. So I've been working like 18-hour days. So I haven't been eating, haven't eaten properly, haven't been sleeping. I ate like a madman this weekend. I was like, give me that, I'll eat that. And I was like, give me that, I'll eat that. I didn't eat a ton of it, but I was like, give me that, give me that, give me this, give me that. I was like a hobbit. I had like breakfasts and breakfasties and breakfast SSCs. I had third and fourth breakfast. I had like 4 lunches, 2 dinners, bunch of dessert. It was awesome. I don't normally eat that much, but I gorged. I'm all like bloated. Pounding a bunch of water now, trying to get rid of the bloat. I feel like a real fat ass today. I think Reddit will go to like 100 at minimum. It'll maybe go to like 100. It's possible it could go to 2 or 3. But I think it's going to get shorted to the depths of hell and pinned there forever. But I do think it's going to be from on. I don't think it's going to get shorted here. But I think it does get shorted at. Like I'd be looking to short it at $100. I'm not interested in shorting it right now, but I am interested in shorting it. I really want to short it to the depths of hell and pin it down there for as long as possible. I look at the Reddit IPO like what's the fucking shitty bike company that didn't do anything? Peloton. Just another shitco. I was on Reddit this weekend, and I was thinking about, there's still like, Reddit's really cool in some parts. Like if you get into like some of the like non-front page subreddits, there's still some sanity. But I noticed this weekend I was on a small subreddit that I usually like, and they were downvoting original thought. Didn't even discuss it, just downvoted the depths of hell.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and
then
for non-farm pay?
And then they were regurgitating. And there's a lot of that right now in Reddit. There's a lot of regret. Well, it's a few things that are bothering me about Reddit right now. First one that's bothering me is we all know about the astroturfing. We all know about any of the major subreddits. They're garbage. They're garbage. Now, the smaller subreddits, you can kind of get away with stuff. Yeah, sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But what I really noticed was some of the smaller subreddits that I'm a part of, there was some like immediate downvoting of original discussion things to discuss. And then there was some regurgitation going on. And I hate regurgitation on Reddit. It wasn't astroturfing, wasn't advertising that I see or any of that kind of stuff. It was just regurgitation. Like, oh, Reddit thinks this, so it must be true. You know why that stuff always bothers me? There was one specific that I was reading. I forget what it was, but anyways, the point being, I forget what was the topic. Anyways, doesn't matter. Reddit has a tendency to like go into this like collapsing groupthink, like just collapse. Once there's a yeah, this is what it is, then it starts to like collapse down on itself. It like consumes itself into this like very clean, pure thought, but it's not real. It has nothing to do with real life. One of the fascinating things I find that out about is one of the fascinating parts that I find out about is reported news, especially reporting, like news reports and stuff like that. I already know, like I already know that news reporting is fake. But that's like the basis for a lot of, you can't even like listen to anyone tell you anything different. So anyways, I don't know. And here's the one that's bothered me a ton too, which is Reddit has more so than ever in history, is multinational, which I'm not a fan of that. I'm a fan of it. That it's more multinational now, but it's not necessarily that you know who you're speaking to. It's not that it's not okay. Like I'm anti a social credit score completely, but it shows the need for it to some extent to know who you're speaking with or who the discussion's perspective is from. And it's not that I'm not open to that either. Like I'm open to knowing, hey, you're from this other country, and I value your insights. But it's important to know where someone's from and what where they're speaking from, because I don't live there. That's true. You don't live here, right? And so I want to have that awareness, though, of your perspective. And I'm open to the world perspective, and I'm open to all that discussion and stuff. But some of Reddit is not that today. So you don't always know who you're speaking to. You're like, well, is this the prevailing thought in the United States? And not it isn't necessarily that. I'm not trying to come off either as a I forget what the term is for that, but people don't want to hear people from other societies or cultures. But there is a difference in cultures, and there's a different perspective from where you live. I've lived around the world, by the way, if you don't know that. I've lived all over the world. And there are different perspectives to life, and cultural differences, political differences, wants, needs, all kinds of stuff. And some of that's leaking into Reddit as well. So I don't know if I'm completely 100%. I don't know. Like my Reddit experience right now is not. I don't have a happy Reddit experience right now. Yeah, I did enjoy the break. I needed it. I had some family issues I had to deal with, and or family medical emergencies to deal with, and then I rushed and then flew back, and it was wild. It was a pretty busy weekend. I'm jet lagged right now. I didn't get home last night until 6 or 7 o'clock at night, and then did that brief until 10:30 or 11, and then went to sleep. And it's good. Yeah, you're one Reddit sub. And there are still good Reddit subs. Don't get me wrong. They are still there. I just notice I kind of want like Reddit a new, like, remember Fark? Like, what was there? There was like message boards, and then there was Usenet stuff, I think, and then there was like, I remember Fark clearly. I remember I was old enough for Fark. And there was one other one back then too, like something pre-Fark that I forget what it was called now, but I think that became Fark. And then Fark had something happen publicly. They started like changing their format or something. And then like Reddit was like the newest thing. I hope I find my rhythm. We're finding a rhythm right now. It's pretty awesome. Or I don't know if that's somebody else. Maybe you're speaking to somebody else. Our rhythm is perfect. We're doing great. I just noticed some. The one thing I noticed in a smaller sub that I'm in was it was a lot of like regurgitation, and I was like, God damn it, I hate when that happens on Reddit. I hate the regurgitation. Like, you just read shit over and over and over on Reddit. Eventually people are like, it's kind of like it's one of them that I hear all the time. One of them that bothers me all the time. It's like, you see like one person gets swept out in the ocean from a riptide or something. This one I always think about is like the riptide. People are like, oh, that's why you don't go in the ocean. You're just like, what do you mean, man? People get taken out of riptides all the time and live. Like, it happens all the time. People surf all the time on riptides. People swim in riptides all the time and live all the time. All the time. But like that just like group think, and it's like diarrhea. And then they just like downvote you to hell. Just like, fuck you. No, it's not that dangerous. It's not as dangerous as I think it is. It's dangerous. It's dangerous when you sit in a basement all day long. When you're out to actually go out and swim in oceans, not as dangerous as you think. It's only scary if you don't know how to swim in them. I'll be honest. I've been in them, so it's not as bad as you think it is. It's like a soundbite. People have a problem with scale. Humans have a natural inability to scale things, math, people, The other 390 million people or billions and billions of people that never have a problem with it. Should there be awareness? Of course, yeah, but should that be the only thing that can be discussed? No, that's my point. So my point isn't that. Maybe I rephrase this. Maybe I'm being a little black and white here. Are they dangerous? Yes, for people they are, but they're like a warning cap. You know what I mean? Like there's a warning there for a reason because somebody fucked it up for everybody else. Does that make sense? But that's a part of life. Like this is something I read this weekend too. I read another article on Reddit saying that this is a big one. This was in a subreddit for Bend, Oregon. And this is a nice small subreddit. And people were discussing a guy, or I don't know if it was a guy or a girl they said, I moved to Bend, Oregon. Now, Bend is like Park City, like Vail, like Lake Tahoe, Idaho, you name them, all these like outdoor adventure places, right? They're kind of like the last bastions. These places are the last bastions where people's lives haven't been taken over by their phone or the internet. These are the last bastions in our country where people put their phone down and they do something else. Like, I'm going to put my phone down, I'm going to go surfing. Put my phone down and go bike riding. Put my phone down and go hiking. I'm going to put my phone down and go skiing. Put my phone down and go river rafting. I'm going to go kayaking. I'm going to go get out of the house and do something, right? And there was a question this person said, now pre-COVID, if you go to these mountain towns, a lot of people wore a badge of honor with a flip phone. They weren't carrying the smartphones and stuff. And this person asked him, the Bend subreddit, they said, I haven't made any friends here in Bend. And the post blew up. This is a small local community. And the post blew up and people said, people were in agreement. It's like 300 or 400 comments. They were like, hey, I'm not making any friends post-COVID either here. Now, some people will say, well, that's because Bend is too big now, right? Park City's like that. It's grown too much. We have a half-hour and hourly cross above Dixie right now, leading me to believe we're going to get a squeeze here. Now, the point behind this conversation, though, is the people are in agreement. They're saying, look, we all got stuck inside during COVID, and people are not as social as they once were. And people are the loneliest they've ever been. And we stream all day long, right? I'm with you guys all day long during the week, right? And we're experiencing people in this country are experiencing one of the greatest, most loneliest periods in recent history in this country. And this weekend, my oldest daughter and I watched a movie called Fame from I believe it was the 1980s. And my daughter was like, was it really like that back then? And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, nobody's got phones. She was like, everybody is active. Everybody's doing something, like doing stuff. She's like, it's so different. My experience growing up right now is so different. Yeah, it's like social media phone poison, right? It's like this, like when you you go to a concert, everybody's got their phones up, right? Everybody's got the phone up. Nobody's dancing anymore. Someone made a comment. They said, I used to go to raves. I used to go to parties and raves, and they said, no one ever danced facing the DJ. They said, I go to parties today and raves today and concerts. Everyone's facing the DJ. People just dance. And even in this like sanctuary of being outside place, it's invading even those places in the U.S. right now, right? So you get like And that was my point about the swimming in the ocean. Is you also get a reinforced narrative on social media that swimming in the ocean is scary. Rip currents will take you away. A rogue wave's going to rip you off a beach because it happens in this one place in Oregon or Washington. That means it happens all over the U.S. So it does sometimes. There are rip currents that can kill you. There's a badass rip current that comes in. It's actually a I don't know if it's a Delta or Piedmont in Charleston, South Carolina. There can be some really dangerous rip currents that will kill you. But those places, you kind of know it. Anyways, my point isn't that. My point is that you read enough of that stuff all day long and on the internet, and you're like, well, fuck it, I ain't never going swimming in the ocean. I'm going to die. I'm never going to go hiking by myself because I might die. I'm never going to go, I'm never going to do this because I'm going to die. Some of that's legitimate. Like if you ride a bike on a road today, a road bike, probably pretty dangerous for you. That has changed, right? There are things out there that are very dangerous today for people. And I believe that is true, but there's some of it that's like that scale thing that I was discussing with you, where it may be true, but it's not true for the majority of people's experiences. And there is an aspect to life where you have to take risk in real life. You have to go out there and touch grass. You have to go out there and find out how dangerous something is. You might not lose your life. You may just get cold, or you might just get dragged out into the ocean and have to swim your way back in a mile down the beach. It's a scary experience, but it's a part of the human experience too. So anyways, yay, though it may be dangerous, those are how you have life experiences. It's how you like relate to other people. It's the human experience. It's when I was in the Army, right? They left me with a, now of course things have changed today, right? This is a good one too. When I was in the Army, they would put you through experiences so that you would know what it means to be alive, truthfully. So that you knew what you could and couldn't do as what's humanly possible. Now, I know, of course, today I wouldn't want to be in the Army today because you got drones. Drones scare the shit out of me. Like, who the fuck would want to be in the Army today when you got like flying things you can't even see that can murder you, like murder bots everywhere over your head? That's legitimate. Fear and concern for people that are younger. But a lot of this stuff isn't legitimate. You know, you don't have murder bots flying over you as you swim out into the ocean. You know what I mean? You got to feel alive sometimes. That's the point. You got to get out there and do that stuff. It's important as a human to go out there and like literally touch grass, like get out there. And we're losing that, aren't we? We're losing that. Dude, Chase, you're not getting a dump, bro. Oh, what do you want to dump it to? Oh, I see. You want to go down here. Chase wants this. Hold on, Chase, my brother. Chase wants the blast. Wait a minute. Chase wants this right here. Hold on, Chase. I'll give it to you, brother. I would like that, Chase. If you can give me 5,200, I'll be stoked, brother. Chase sees the bull flag right, or the bear flag right here, but that's not a bear flag. It's traditional old school charting. About to get run right over, brother. I think. Actually, we can find out right now if we're going to get run over or not. Let's look. Yeah, you're about to get run over. 30 minute velocity on the hourly trigger is very bullish right now. Just a heads up. It's not bearish, it's bullish. We'll see if it reverses. The first test was rejected. 3-hour look back looks good right now. Hourly velocity is on a bull side right now. Let's see if we get a rejection or not. Yeah, I think my own personal take on the future of warfare. When that U.S. Navy was unwilling to directly confront the Houthis, I think that pause by the Navy was they knew better. There's likely, if I was Russia or China, I would without a doubt, or Iran, I would without a doubt try to lure the United States in to test out drone warfare against us through a surrogate. It's a massive equalizer, and that's doesn't bode well for not the U.S. It doesn't bode well for countries with. It forces the U.S. to stand off more and fight from a distance. It can be very destructive. It can be very, very destructive for some countries, not for the U.S., for other nations. So I don't know what that doctrine is going to be personally, but I'm assuming that they're working on it. I haven't been in the Army now for too long, but there was a time when I was in U.S. Army Command, but I don't know what that warfare looks like. I wouldn't want to see U.S. soldiers involved in it. Cleanup would be the. Right now, we have a successful back test on the hourly trigger on Tesla. Upside target 182. Tesla looks good right now. Looks really nice. Nice structure. Everything is beautiful. Check out this previous high. You get a target of like 177 pullback, and then a target of 182. My real fear is that I'll get called back into the Army someday. I have a real fear of that. If China and Taiwan ever pops off, it's like scale. We need enough people. NVIDIA now climbing even higher, trying to retest that high, that previous high. They're got a little bit more room to go. They had 968.13. They want to get 975.24. Yeah, well, it's like I saw an article yesterday about there was a video yesterday of an older Ukrainian man being dragged off the street by a recruiter for the military in Ukraine. And people were upset about it. They were like, why are they dragging that old man off the street? And it's due to the available manpower. You have a nation the size of Russia, and you have a smaller nation in Ukraine. And because of the size difference in population, Ukraine has to use their oldest people to begin and save their younger people. That's every old man goes first. Now, we did that in World War I and in World War II. In the U.S., we did that. We sent old men. Matter of fact, we took old men to come back and train troops from World War I veterans to train World War II soldiers. We did it again in Korea. Not so much in Vietnam, but that scale of force. If we were to fight China, let's say, you're talking about a huge ratio difference between the U.S. and China, right? Just in terms of people. So you would automatically, no matter how that war started or ended, you'd automatically reach out and grab older people to do the training. And specifically with, we've actually done some Evanant that was called back into service during the Gulf War. She was in her mid-40s at that time, late 40s. And she was an Apache pilot. And she was called back. She was out of her contract. She wasn't anything. There are intelligence people that were called back in their 50s in the Gulf Wars and in Afghanistan, the war with Afghanistan as well. CIA, I don't know if you know that. They were taking anybody at that point. They were taking people right out of high school. They're taking anybody they can put their hands on, anybody they can get. And they would do something like that again on scale if we ever had a major conflict in Southeast Asia. You would see all the old women and all the old men out there have to serve their country. And they would do something similar to what they were doing in Ukraine. They would drag you off the street. Like they would if you were walking down the street and you thought you were getting away with it, not gonna happen. There you go, dude. There you go, Chase. Look at it, how sexy it is, dude. Look at it, Chase. Oh yeah, brother. Look at that. Ooh. Chase wants this rejection so bad right now. He's on fire. You can see him in the chat. Chase wants the hourly rejection here. Just blood it down. I'm going to show it to you, Chase. Oh, yeah. Get that new low right there, Chase. Get that roll. That 4-trigger bear cluster. Get that new low right there. Oh, yeah, you see it? Chase is at home getting all lubed up right now. You get that, you beat that one right there next. Reject that one down there, bro. That new low, and then spitting in his hand right now. Let's leave it up so you can see it. Oh, yeah, right there. Hold on one second. Give me just one quick second. I'll be right back with you guys in a few minutes and put you on a break here. Just one other note, too, is that my daughters are home for vacation this week. I didn't realize it. They've got a vacation from school. So I just need a few moments here.
Which an investor would have said, no, the correction's coming, okay? But the environment that you have is a tranquil environment. It's an environment where money is being treated well, not just in the Mag 7, but if you look at all of the S&P 500 equity sectors, in every equity sector, except maybe real estate and utilities. You go outside the U.S., Japan, UK, Europe, money being treated well. And I think that's absolutely the story. Limited volatility, logic, okay, right now suggests that you want to continue to be allocated. Look at crypto bouncing back to 70,000. And last point on all of it, earnings revisions lowered since the beginning of the year. The estimates for the earnings in Q1 of 2024, rather for Q4 of 2023, called for 6.5% earnings growth. We're down to 3.7.
Weiss, the note that Joe references from Pasquarello, who as head of hedge fund coverage over at Goldman Sachs, is basically not only is the market, resilient, it just has defied a lot of logic in the way that, some have thought about what the market should be doing. He says, if you were told in early January that 3 of the Mag 7 stocks would trade lower in Q1, that registered equity supply would rise to the highest level since late 2021, that core inflation would surprise to the upside for 2 consecutive months, and in turn the number of implied Fed cuts for 2024 would be halved, would you have guessed that U.S. equities would do nothing but melt higher? I think we know what the obvious answer is there.
Yeah, so I read the note over the weekend, and he's right, but apparently a lot of people did, because that's how they're positioned. So, look, it's all about, all that's great to talk about, and Tony, we love his stuff, but all that matters is the Fed done, number one, and number two, when are they going to start cutting? So we know they're done. That's pretty obvious. In the last few press conferences, they made it very clear, and dot plots. And when are they going to start cutting?
Well, why do people try and make it more complicated than that? We've made the case on the downside and the upside.
Let me tell you why.
Don't fight the Fed works both ways. We've said it. I said it for more than a year.
Everybody's got to earn a living, Scott. That's why they make it more complicated. Because if they made it that simple, what would they do for work? right? So the markets go up 85, 90% of the time. That's obvious. What you guard against is you guard against that one tick down. Where you make your money is deciding where in the market that's going up do you put your money. And of course, that's been in the Mag 7.
But it's not like the people who've been negative the market are dummies. They point to real risks.
And there are real risks.
But the market has blown past almost every single risk that there is. Now you got the chasers, obviously. OPI raises their target this year to 5,500. Right. HSBC goes to 54. So, right, the market's blown. You could say it's whistling past a graveyard of potentially higher rates and slower Fed and all that, but
look, here's what I'd say going forward, okay? Every time you see the VIX hit a new low, and we can argue all we want about the relevance of the VIX over the last few years, but every time you see it hit a new low, if you look at the chart against the S&P or NASDAQ, there's generally a blip. So are we coming ahead? Is there a blip coming? To me, that's going to be dictated by what we see with the next inflation numbers that come out. So it's purely, the only things that matter right now are what's inflation doing. Even if unemployment picks up, you're still going to be at record low unemployment. Not quite the record, but still for an ongoing period. So that's all that matters. So make your bet. So I think at this point that inflation is going to stay stubbornly high. And in reference to your point about some very bright people like Jamie Dimon,
it doesn't matter who they are. I mean, there are a lot of bright people who have been more negative. Look, because they've assumed that things that have happened through history were going to happen again. So, Fed goes on this unprecedented hiking cycle for 18 months. Well, of course the market is going to roll over. Well, it did. But then you get to the other side and you start to focus more on the Fed rolling over also.
Well, there's a lot of unprecedented. But what I'd say is that, look, if you view as I think investors have gotten a lot more patient because they've seen cycles in the past, and most notably, they saw the cycle in 22 with the market came down, and they all regret selling anything they sold because stocks have been double, triple, quadruple what they were. So here's how I'd say it plays out. Regardless of what happens with the Fed, if they go 2 times this year, if they go 1 time, as long as they go, it'd be a momentarily pricing destabilization of the market, but overall, as you look out a year, the market's going to be higher. So I say stay the course. You may want to change your positioning around. The stocks get too rich in certain areas, but overall, I think you stay the course.
Jenny, Raymond James today says this. I mean, at some point, the momentum has to turn. All 3 indexes have been above their 50-day moving averages for 19 weeks, longer than all but 3 brief periods in time over the last 20 years, with the average 3-month returns negative after the previous time. So at some point, you dip below the 50-day moving average, and momentum has to turn. Wolf says, well, you're just going to keep pushing higher until you get more hot inflation prints.
Right, and I think I'm trying to get my cake and eat it too, right? So when you say, how can you be negative? Well, I'm negative, but I'm also 90% invested in our portfolio. I'm still sitting on that 10% cash position that I've been sitting on since the beginning of the year.
Why are you negative?
Well, for exactly everything's too high. If you look at the analyst forecast and you say like, okay, shoot, who was it who put the $5,500 price target out for S&P? That presumes $250 of earnings with a 22 times multiple. And that doesn't sound that comfortable to me. I'd rather see with the 10-year treasury at 4.3%, I'd rather see an 18 times multiple on the market. I'd rather see a 19 times, but 22 times, 21 times feels pretty rich to me. So when I say I'm negative, I'm not huge negative. Look, I'm mostly invested, but I'm still sitting on the cash from the 3 positions I sold for exactly the Raymond James reason, saying like, look, if the market pulls back 5 to 10%, that gives me 3 new positions in the portfolio that hopefully I can buy 5 to 10% cheaper. And by the way, when you're getting 5.5% yield on money market funds, you're kind of paid to sit on the sidelines. So I'm trying to ride both sides of it, which is, you know me, Scott, I've only been positive like twice since I started on this show 5 years ago, and that was at the worst of the pandemic and like the worst of 2018. I'm only really positive when the market's completely bottomed out. Otherwise, I'm always a little cautious. I'm always a little nervous. But as a professional investor, you know, you go to the Jim Lebenthal school of thought, and you know that the smart move is to stay long and to stay fully invested, or in my case right now, at least mostly fully invested.
Morgan Stanley says, Jim, that 4.35% on the 10-year could be the yield threat for equities. It's the key technical level to watch in terms of what they suggest. So we've come through an important week. You know, the Fed's still at 3 cuts for the year. And last week we're saying, well, you know, before last week it was, well, the momentum trade is done. The NASDAQ's in danger of rolling over. The mega caps are finished. They're falling falling off one by one, right? And here we are. We got through a pretty big gauntlet last week, and we got within a whisker of 40,000 on the Dow.
Yeah. And we're still a whisker away from it. So 4.35% on the 10-year. I don't know that that's the particular line, but I will simply agree that higher 10-year rates could be a threat. That would happen if inflation continues to come down at not a fast enough rate. Now, let me parse through that for a second. Actually, let me just go to the heart of the matter. The PCE at the last reading was 2.4%. The core was 2.8%. We can hyperventilate all we want to about the CPI or the PPI. By the way, the PPI numbers are below those numbers I just quoted. But at the end of the day, the Fed focuses on the PCE, in particular the core PCE. At 2.8%, frankly, I can see why they're not all that threatened at the moment. Maybe that'll change, but right now, they don't feel all that threatened, at least not enough to remove their 3 rate cut projection. So that feels good, in particular in the markets. It feels good for the broadening that has and is occurring. And let me just go on this for a second here. As much as we talk about the momentum trade and what the Mag 7 are doing or how it's disintegrating into the Fabulous 5, whatever that is, you cannot miss the fact that financials are doing better than technology year to date. Industrials are doing better than technology year to date. Energy is doing better than technology year to date. And by the way, healthcare and materials are having a pretty good year as well. So if you want to stay long this market, as I am, and as Jenny sort of just kind of pinched her nose and said she is as well, maybe it's time to just simply diversify, to go back to the old line school of thought that says diversification is your friend. I know, we all know that 2023 that was not the case, but in 2024 it is likely to be the case. Doesn't mean sell all your technology stocks, folks. It means diversify.
No,
there are other areas to invest in.
Your point is well made for this particular month. Comm services and tech are still the best sectors this quarter. Now, energy and financials are both up double digits. But to your point, technology is only the 6th best sector this month. So it trails energy, materials, comm services, utilities, and industrials. It does speak to that more broadening market that we were really focused on ahead of last week when we said, well, momentum looks tired as heck, needs a really big break perhaps, and you're going to get this broadening market. The question is, does that really happen? Does it really happen? Or do we just revert right back to where we were?
No, I think it happens. And I'll give a plug to Joe. I was looking at the performance of Joe T.
What's
right? that? But what I think is interesting is it's equal weighted and it's broad. And there are, 100 stocks in it? And it's actually having a better year than the market. And if you look at RSP, the equal weighted S&P 500 index, it's up about 6%, not quite as much as the market. But between looking at those, I think that proves the broadening out. And so to your point about comm services being the best, well, we know that that's really weighted to one stock. So I don't really focus too much on that.
But the sectors this month to me is more interesting than what has done well this quarter, right? Because that's how the conversation's been framed for the last couple of weeks. That as the 6th best sector, technology, it was really tired. It needed a long break, and you're going to get the pickup trade from a lot of the underperformers, like the energies and the materials and the utilities. I mean, now industrials have done quite well also, but this month's performance to me is more relevant to the conversation about where we may go from here.
That's interesting. Okay, but then you're arguing still that we continue to broaden out, or you think it's all?
I'm not arguing one way or the other. The whole argument last week before I left was we're broadening out and tech was going to need a long rest, and the NASDAQ was in jeopardy. I came back, and it feels like that conversation's now maybe done, that we're right back to where we were prior to the NASDAQ feeling like it needed a rest. If you look at the performance last week of a lot of these mega cap stocks, all of them but Apple were positive, and some decidedly so last week.
I think there's kind of a cage match going on between the Russell 2000 and the NASDAQ. And what's been interesting to me to see are these days where, and so far NASDAQ's winning this year, maybe NASDAQ's winning in March also, but if you look at kind of the daily movements, there are days when Russell's up like 1.7, NASDAQ's down 50 basis points. And then the exact opposite. And it just seems like it's this really volatile match between those two, with the Dow and the S&P kind of stuck in the middle. I think they're sorting themselves out. I don't think that you look at March as the rest of the year. I think with the S&P being up 9% on the year, trading at 21 times earnings, it seems challenging for me that we end the year higher than that. So what does that say? That says if we're going to sustain that level, The tech needs to take a pause. The big winners so far year to date need to take a pause, and the rest of them need to continue to do the work.
I don't know why mega cap is necessarily going to take this long pause unless NVIDIA completely rolls over or has some disastrous earnings report that calls into question the pace of the AI monetization, ordering, and all this other stuff. Just like the market itself is buffeted by the fact that until the Fed doesn't cut at all this year, or cuts far less than the 3 that it still is priced in, then why is the market going to do bad?
Okay,
Why is mega cap tech going to do bad until NVIDIA lays a big fat egg?
Why can't
Well,
it
maybe
plateau?
technology doesn't have to do bad. I'm certainly not
plateau.
saying that. I mean, I'm underweight technology, but I have a meaningful exposure, and that includes Apple, it includes Microsoft, it includes NVIDIA. So if I thought there were some trapdoor about to open under technology, I wouldn't even own those stocks. I think, though, your skepticism, and I'm hearing it as skepticism, is well placed. I mean, history says there's been an awful lot of false starts in this broadening to the rally. A question that I have is, whether this is just sentiment, whether people have looked and said, all right, it's Citigroup's time, it's General Motors' times. And Scott, I think you'll be one of the first to tell me that there have been a lot of false starts that I should have sold into when those stocks have rallied. I'm not doing that here. And the reason is because I think there is a moment of truth coming up. I do think it's first quarter earnings. Let me be more specific. My question is whether these stocks and the anti-technology, pro-cyclical trade is simply that, a trade, or if there's a fundamental basis to it. I believe very strongly there's a fundamental basis to it, but that question, whether it's sentiment or fundamentals, is likely to get a positive answer in the first quarter earnings reports. That's what I'm looking for, not the Fed. I don't care about the Fed at this point.
Well, I mean, maybe you should, because one of the big questions is whether the market is wholly delusional about the Fed itself and the number of cuts that seem to be priced in. Now, I know the Fed stayed at, their outlook stayed at 3 cuts for the year, but the way the market is priced may not be exactly on the level with at least the way some in the Fed are talking, Bostic among them, who says he only sees 1 cut. Our senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman, is on that story for us today, because that is the big threat, it appears, Steve, is that the market gets itself really offsides to where the reality of the Fed currently sits.
Yeah, I mean, I think a little context is needed here, which is that the market has come a long way back to where the Fed was. But I think the Fed has moved a little bit in a way that the market is not necessarily giving it credit for. You mentioned Bostic. He moved from 2 to 1 cut. You had Lisa Cook this morning, Fed governor, really squarely in the middle, talked about a need to have a cautious approach to rate cuts. And I think looking at the dots, Scott, might give you some clue as to really what was the overall tenor of the sense of the committee. And these dots obviously are their forecasts for where they think the funds rate should be 2024. What you'll see is a bit of a shift to the right. And when I say to the right, towards fewer cuts. What happened is there were a bunch of folks who said, you know what, we think the Fed's going to cut more. We think the Fed ought to cut more than 3 times. Well, they came back into the middle, and one of the folks went the other way as well. So really, this idea of 3 cuts hangs on by a single forecast of a single member of the 19 members of the committee. So the question is, has the market priced the precariousness of the 3 cuts appropriately? That's my concern.
So PCE this week, how good, in quotes, how good do you think that has to read for the Fed to make that move of cutting for the first time? I don't know how realistic it is to think that, April 30th to May 1st, that meeting, it's even a possibility. But let's just say June. How good does the PCE need to be this week?
Well, I mean, first of all, the expectation for the PCE, Scott, is for really little change. It's kind of been written off a little bit. So if you're asking me what kind of upside surprise would put May back in play, I think a substantial upside surprise would put May back in play. However, you got to take note that the economists have gotten to be pretty good at taking the CPI and the PPI and figuring out what PCE is going to be over on the other hand here. So I wouldn't expect much of an upside surprise there. What I'm focused on, Scott, is what happens in March and April, or with the March and April data that might go forward and give that green light to a cut in June. And my concern here is that March right now doesn't look like it's going to be much better than February has been. And that's going to be key. If we're on track for a June cut, if we're on track for 3 cuts, you've got to get that March data under your belt, and it's got to be, I think, better than we've seen before. We can't continue to disappoint here, or at least show no progress, and expect the Fed to cut in the face of little progress on inflation.
Yeah, or, I mean, that's kind of Wolf's point when it comes to the stock market itself. You can't keep putting in these hot prints and expect the stock market to remain as resilient as it has. And Jim Leventhal got... Yeah, go ahead, because Jim Leventhal's got something
I was going to say, now, I was going to say, take your bet. I'll just real quick, take your bet. If you think March is going to be great, then go ahead and bet on Fed cuts. If you don't think so, then maybe you want to be a little bit more, introduce a little more risk into your outlook.
Steve, let me hit a ground ball to you, see how you field this one. Let's just say the CPI stays with a 3 handle and the PCE stays with a 2 handle and rate cuts are pushed off. There's a lot of data that says long pauses, as we're in right now, are good for the markets. I would suggest to you that it's the tail wagging the dog, to phrase it that way. Long pauses are reflective of the fact the economy is hanging in there. And that the Fed doesn't need to cut to save the economy. And by the way, 2% handle on PCE, 3% handle on CPI, I could make a pretty strong argument that that's a positive environment for stocks.
I think all that's true, Jim. And as you know, I have my feet shoulder length apart. My glove is down on the ground. My head is up, and my knees are bent. And I got my hand. I am ready to go on that. I think you're right about that. I mean, the extent to which all of this is a decent environment for stocks. Look, don't forget the good news here. The good news is that we're probably dialed out of rate cuts, rate hikes here. So that's not going to happen. The question is this: are you getting the offset? If you don't get the rate cuts, are you getting it in better GDP? Are you getting it in at least constant inflation, so it's not a big question for you? All that, I think, is a decent offset. I'm just saying, you can't take a dot to the bank, Jim. And if that's what you're doing, and I don't think you're doing this, then I think you're making a mistake. You got to be really careful that you're thinking about the risk that March doesn't show the improvement that green lights the June cut.
By the way, I did see a highlight the other day of a baseball going right through the first baseman's gloves webbing. So errors can still happen even when you got...
the best.
Yes, even when you're in position,
The best of them.
Yeah.
Right.
Steve,
and now you're talking about forecasting the Fed and inflation, right?
Yeah, good
And
luck
I mean,
with that.
sometimes they left their glove in the damn dugout.
Yeah. Steve, thanks. I appreciate that. Steve Leisman, our senior economics reporter. Kate Rooney has a news alert for us related to, I think, FTX. Kate?
Hey, Scott. So FTX's bankruptcy estate has agreed to sell about 2/3 of its stake in the buzzy AI startup Anthropic. This is according to bankruptcy filings. As we reported on Friday, there is now a major sovereign wealth fund on the cap table when it comes to Anthropic. It's now confirmed. Filings show that the UAE's Mubadala is one of Anthropic's new investors. That is one of the UAE's sovereign funds. They're buying a stake for about $500 million. We reported on Friday that the UAE was interested in that. Anthropic said they wouldn't accept any investments from the Saudis and the PIF because of national security risks. That was according to sources. The reason this Anthropic stake is for sale at all belongs to FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried's failed crypto exchange. It is being unloaded as part of the bankruptcy process there. These sales today that we're hearing about make up about 2/3 of FTX's stake, so worth about $880 million. Another major backer, full circle, Jane Street is now on the cap table. That's where Sam Bankman-Fried began his career. There is another fund on there affiliated with Fidelity as well. These sales are subject to bankruptcy court approval, though. Scott, back over to you.
I appreciate that. Kate Rooney, thank you very much. Coming up, another big story we're following today. Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun is stepping down. Steve Weiss just bought the stock on Friday, so we get a trade update from him on that. We do have more stocks on the move as well. We're back in 2 minutes.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
Fiber.
All right, welcome back. Boeing shares are higher today. You see right there, a little less than 2%. That after news that CEO David Calhoun announced he's stepping down at the end of the year. So you bought the stock on Friday?
That's a final trade.
We're just trying to capture something, and are you still in it?
I am, only because I have to be, because CNBC rules, but I'll be getting out of it. Look, it was apparent to me that going on the road show, the board, without Calhoun meant that he was out, and that the customers who publicly supported him said enough's enough. Let's make the change.
You need some more. You need some more. You look like you're struggling.
Do,
I'm gonna pass it to Jimmy for a minute. Let you.
I'm actually good now.
Oh, you're good. Okay,
good.
Go ahead.
So the problem here is they need a new CEO and they need a new board. Some of the board members aren't standing for re-election, but at the end of the day, it's not like a normal company you can turn around. It's got an extensive manufacturing problem and a culture that's got to be reversed. And you've got to look to the outside. Historically, they've looked from the inside. So first you have to identify somebody. No question in my mind they'll get somebody, but I think it's a very long workout. Now, what's better here than
a duopoly.
Exactly. I was just going to get to that.
That's the default line that everybody always comes back to against the negativity on a Boeing. Right. Yeah, but it's a duopoly. What are you going to wait? When do you want your planes?
And I was going to say that. Not only is it a duopoly, you've got their competitor, Airbus, that can't fill the orders they have. They've got a multi-year backlog. So that makes it okay. But in the interim, what are the concessions they're going to have to give to the airlines? Look at United Airlines. You've got heightened investigation because wheels are coming off, other safety issues. The FAA wants to know whether it's United or whether it's Boeing that's doing that. So the bottom line is it's going to be such a long workout. We're going to be in the same place 6 months, a year and a half from now because production is so below what it should be. So that means the balance sheet's still constrained in my view. Mm-hmm. So it's a good trade. And it was a trade on new management, which I've been calling for years, but I just don't think it's going to be a great stock.
Now, your guy over to your left was shaking his head, which is so interesting because here is somebody who defended Boeing forever, even amid his anger over some of the other issues that have happened in the past handful of years, then finally got fed up and sold the stock. So what's your take now?
Yeah, the CEO is not the story here. This is not a one-man show. It's not the board of directors. That's not how you fix this company.
No,
this
but the buck stops at the top.
So what? I mean, let's not get stuck on that. I want to make the point I'm making. This is not like somebody comes in and it's some DNA splice of Jack Welch and Warren Buffett and Bill Gates. That doesn't fix this, okay? This is a culture that's 25 years in the making. This goes back to McDonnell Douglas acquisition back in the late 1990s. And what you've got here as a situation is to turn this around, profits have to get plummeted here. We can talk, and I have in the past, about the duopoly. That's still true, and that's a reason why the company needs to survive. But right now, the FAA is going to slow walk everything on Boeing. They're going to slow walk production increases. They're going to slow walk new plane certifications.
So you wouldn't buy the stock like Weiss did?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I'm a seller. I'd be a seller.
I know.
I mean, he's clearly he's making
it playing it for a trade. I totally get it.
Yeah.
Why is everyone acting like it's such a great performance today? Stock's up 1%. It's up 1% on this.
Because it has the overhanging issues.
I'm going to lay out more problems. Supposedly, the solution here, at least in part, is that Boeing buys Spirit Aerospace Systems. Okay, so they're going to pay up for that, and then pretty much immediately, and they've kind of hinted at this, they're going to have to divest the Airbus business. You think Airbus wants Boeing building their planes for them? I'll let that hang for a second. They're going to divest that business, so immediately the value of that acquisition is going to go down. You got the airlines. The airlines are not happy. The airlines are not their friends right now. You just pointed this out. I mean, I could go on and on. Oh, by the way,
I don't know if the Spirit acquisition goes through. By the way,
the union wants a new deal as well. I mean, we're piling on here. This is not a stock to buy right now.
Okay, what about Cliffs, which is hitting a new 52-week high today? They announced they won an award negotiations for funding from the DOE on 2 projects.
Yeah, you know, this is very interesting. I talk quite often about the economic prospects for Cleveland Cliffs, which I find quite promising. But if you talk to the CEO, Lorenzo Gonçalves, he quite often, if you give him time, will talk about the decarbonization that's going on at the company. And this is very bright for the future of the company. And now the DOE sees it and is going to help fund their continuing use of hydrogen as opposed to coal and other sources, other fossil fuels to fuel their mills and their plants. Very positive for the stock, but very positive for the environment as well. And by the way, this is another indication that the government very much likes Cleveland Cliffs, and that has some implications for the U.S. Steel deal.
What about Arista Networks, Joe? Got removed today from Citi's focus list due to valuation. Shares are up 80% in the last year.
Finally, we get to the catalyst of why the market's going up, and it's AI. And that's the story. Why are they removing it from the list? I have no idea. They're talking about valuation. Trade's currently at 49 times. In 2018, it traded at 85 times. In 21, it traded at 60 times. The real story, what we should be speaking about, is the 40% revenue growth that they're achieving over the last 8 quarters. If you listen to Broadcom's earnings call, what are they talking about? They're talking about AI networking and the usage of Ethernet, which is exactly where this company is. They're in the AI halo. If you want to build out the infrastructure of networking, this company is where you turn.
They didn't downgrade it. They just took it off the focus list.
I don't want it off the
I
want it on the focus list because the focus of the market right now is AI, and that's where this company is.
Well, maybe it was on the focus list. Now it's up 30%. They want to put something else in focus. You ever think of that?
Portfolio management, my friend.
Cleveland Cliffs or Boeing.
Bertha Coombs has the headlines for us. Hi, Bertha.
Hi, Scott. Unsealed in federal court today, the Department of Justice is charging 7 Chinese nationals for conducting a 14-year-long campaign of hacks against U.S. companies for China's civilian intelligence service. The indictment also alleges the targeting of U.S. and foreign officials, including high-ranking White House officials and multiple U.S. senators. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu canceling a planned visit by a high-level delegation to Washington as a sign of protest against the UN Security Council's vote to demand a ceasefire in Gaza during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan, which passed 14-0 with the U.S. abstaining. By allowing the vote to pass without a condition to release hostages held by Hamas, Netanyahu accused the U.S. of retreating from a principled position. And more than 140 years after construction began, officials in Spain just announced that the Sagrada Familia Church in Barcelona will be finished in 2 years after work on the 6 towers on the basilica is completed. Once it's finished, the masterpiece, originally started in 1882, will be the world's largest church. It is one of the most amazing structures ever. I love that church, Scott.
I've seen it myself.
It'll ever be finished.
I've seen it myself, I think, about 9 years ago. So it's nice to hear that news. Bertha Coombs, thank you very much. All right, coming up, a flood of analyst activity. We're going to trade our top calls of the day on streaming, the banks, tech, and more. We'll find out how the committee is positioned on all that next.
income.
All right, calls of the day. Jenny, starting with Disney, which got a price target raised today at Barclays, 135 from 95 bucks. Upgraded as well to overweight. Said shares could move more than 15%. Narrative reset they're talking about. They're going to lead the charge. Those are the words they use when it comes to sports streaming and cord cutting. 52-week high today for that stock. And, of course, we have the proxy fight, which is ongoing and coming to a head very soon.
Right. And narrative reset is really the key here. So way back last summer when it was at 79, what we were saying is it reminded us, frankly, of when Meta was at 89, where everyone just hated it so much. And what we were saying then is, this is a leading company. Like, people love Disney. It is an iconic brand with loyal shareholders. They've always led. They'll continue to lead. So it's nice to see that start to be appreciated. Now it's appreciated too because they've had a few good earnings reports. They've returned to earnings growth. There's some clarity. The valuation's reasonable right now. It's trading at 23 times earnings. Earnings are expected to grow at 24% this year, 17% next year, 11%. So it's very much back on track. But I think it's interesting when you say there's 15% upside. I think that's what there is. There's probably 15% upside. I don't think it's a double from here.
You know, the one thing that's interesting to me is that streaming profitability is still projected for the end of the fiscal year. So that's September 30th. That's not far away. Once that happens, the narrative then shifts to how profitable. And I think that's where you might get another leg up. You've talked about some things. And obviously, you know, ESPN, Hulu hangs out there. But what if we start talking about streaming profitability and it becomes a meaningful contribution to the net income story at Disney? I think that's the next leg.
I'm going to take this from a different angle, the angle that I began to take it from in December, where I said the stock technically looks really, really good. That's when it was in the 90s. Now the stock looks phenomenal. This stock is breaking out. It's held the gap from early February. It's above all its critical moving averages. And there are no momentum funds. There are no funds that are really allocated in the direction of Disney.
Yet.
This is one.
Yet. I'm thinking of one in particular. I know where he's going.
This is one of the best looking momentum stocks in communication services.
But at the same time, I'll argue, and this is as a
Why does it
holder,
have to be a but?
Because I think math matters here. You know, and I don't see how a Disney starts to trade at 30 times or 40 times. I think it really should have kind of a reasonable, slightly premium to the market multiple on it. You know, and the earnings growth is
in early 2021.
It's not infinite. It's not like an Nvidia earnings growth. It's a finite amount of earnings growth.
I want you to be excited about your investment. In early 2021, this was a $200 stock.
Okay.
If you can get Nelson Peltz,
that was then. This is now.
If you can get Nelson Peltz in the board, and the board to have some synergy, to cooperate on some good vision for this company, why can't it go back?
What's that boardroom going to look like if Iger's still CEO?
The reason why I can't is because I think getting back to $10 of earnings is very difficult. And when we initially bought it, that was the thesis, like that it will return to $10 of earnings. I think it will one day.
I'm daring you to dream. I'm daring you to dream.
Thank you.
I'm telling you, you have a great technical momentum, the likes of which you have not had in this company in years.
Okay, Netflix, Weiss, price target goes to 660 from 555 at Citi. They still reiterate it neutral, but they do hike target. I mean, it's at shy of 630 now, so you know, it blew past their other targets, so they had to make a move.
They had to make a move, and I'm sure he's telling accounts when they call him, look, forget what I'm saying here, buy it. They're the winner, pure and simple. Not only they're the winner, they're the profitable. It's an easily told story. Here's what we are, here's what we do. They're expanding what their offerings are. So look, it's a small position for me, unfortunately. I'm not adding more at this level, but I'm also not selling it. I'm just going to ride it because you're going to see with all these, look, unfortunately or fortunately, my family subscribes to virtually every streaming service, and you're seeing prices go up. So people are going to have to make decisions. Which do I want to keep? You can't keep them all now. When they were $7.99 a month, you could. But now it's real money coming out of real budgets. And so I think you'll see Netflix pick up more subscribers as others lose.
Jimmy, Mike Mayo at Wells Fargo Securities goes on Citi to 80 from 70. He cites it as his quote-unquote signature pick.
Yeah, Mike's been very bullish on this, as have I, and I think this is now a time for Citi to just simply execute. Jane Fraser has laid out the plan. She's been executing on it, frankly, for several years. Now it's a time to just show the fruition of expense cutting and the rationalization of the international business. And I want to make one more point about Jane Fraser. She actually is investing in some key business. She's made some hires in investment banking and wealth management that could play out nicely. Those are not areas that Citigroup is very well known for. Maybe they will be in the future.
All right, Accenture and IBM named in B of A note as the best position to capture new AI and Gen AI revenue streams. So Accenture, the price target goes to $419. That's considerable upside from where it's trading now, Joe. You have it in the Joe T.
Yeah, I don't like, first of all, I didn't like the earnings report for Accenture. IT spending looks to be a little bit challenged. You heard the same thing from Adobe. The response to that has been negative. The stock has been pulling back to its critical moving averages. I think it's at a very important moment in determining, number one, what we do with the position, but number two, if it's going to break down further, which I think it looks like it's got the probability to do.
Jenny, you have the IBM part of this, and the price target's 220.
Right, and when I was on 2 weeks ago, another.
Just a note here that there's a little bit of weakness coming in. It's 1241, right? So I want you to notice that they're setting up the bond auction at 1 p.m. trade here. Oftentimes in these bond auctions, what you'll end up seeing is you'll see weakness, right? Brief weakness. You can see a little 5-minute, 1 and 5 minute. See that little roll right there happening? The little white 1 minute trigger and the 5 minute trigger right there. So you can see a little bit of weakness coming in here. And we're what, 19 minutes away from the bond auction? A little bit of doom and gloom. And your dip buys down there to buy to go up. Keep this and be aware of this down here as we enter the 1 o'clock hour. And don't forget, you got the vol control gang coming in at 1:15 to 1:30.
Download the app.
We're back with our senior markets commentator, Mike Santoli. He's here with his midday word. You're writing today about 4 years, hard to believe, 4 years from the COVID low, and asking the question, how healthy is this bull market?
Yeah, Scott. I mean, first of all, nothing but stellar returns on almost every look-back period. So 4 years, you're talking about 25% plus annualized total return. 15 years, you want to go back to the great financial crisis low, you're talking about 15% plus. Closer in, though, we've only just kind of got rolling after that mini bear market in 2022. So you have valuations no doubt full at minimum, maybe rich, 21 times forward of the S&P 500. Last time we were here was early 2022, excuse me. What was ahead of us then? Well, 500 points of Fed tightening and a little bit of an earnings recession that really hit the average stock. So unless you think that something similar is here, valuation is not really the thing to do it. I think that the chart focused people like this market most, and fundamental types are trying to come around into that. So it's one of those, you trust the trend as long as it lasts. You expect the market to cool off. The tremendous momentum surge in the high momentum stocks, you had to believe was either going to cool off the easy way or the hard way. So far, it looks like the easy way with a lot of these stocks going sideways.
They also look like last week was a bit of a comeback. Just to remind everybody, we ain't dead yet.
Without a doubt. I mean, there really hasn't been much of a payback period, not only for those stocks, but the overall index right now. And I actually think the Fed was just good enough. It's fine. This is not an economy or a market feeling like it really needs 25 or 75 basis points of cuts to operate well.
All right, I'll see you on the bell. Mike, thank you. That's Mike Santoli, our senior markets commentator. Coming up next, energy keeps climbing. It is the second best sector today and this month. Plus, one big firm just upgrading. Another firm today talking about how positive commodities could be moving forward, which is why we got the committee's playbook next.
Just a note for you here that there is a. I didn't put the be right back thing up. I am setting up a trade here. I'm hoping for some volatility, which would be nice.
Jenny, Morgan Stanley today upgrades energy to.
A note on this morning. You're going to get a. You're going to get some stuff on oil and energy. There's a lot of everyone wants to buy oil right now. CL. If you're a supporter or pro trader, make sure you see those updates as they come out today. So I'm looking for some volatility to buy on this auction. We'll keep an eye out as to what the auction is, if it's doom or gloom or an A plus or a D or whatever. And I am looking for a dip to buy if we can get some volatility down in the 1 o'clock hour, something down here to buy. If the auction is really bad and it's really doom and gloomy, then I won't buy this down here. I'll buy below, which is at 516, 517. Down below here. I don't think it's going to be bad. I think it might be, but whether it is or it isn't, the vol that is associated with it is, you can see they're setting it up right here, blast down a little bit, look for a dip to buy. So if we're down at like 519, let's say 519.50, right now I got a trade set up for 521, but I think I'd really like it for like 519 maybe. Now 519 is $1.42 right now. It's pretty pricey for some calls there. So I don't know if they're going to give it to me because they're so overpriced. At $1.42, I think we go. I'll be honest with you. I think we go straight up at 1 p.m. because of the price of options right now. Dealers are know in advance, in my view. But if they do a discount on calls, I'm there. So any kind of discount you can give me down here, I will fucking buy it. So I should have bought the open this morning. I was thinking about it, and I was like, no, I just want to let it breathe, make sure I'm not wrong. And I don't want to break my rules on stream. I like to be above the hourly trigger, and my rules are there for a reason. They are there for a reason. I either want to be like turning up from a real severe low, which we did open this morning at the perfect low. But still, be above the hourly trigger. There's like safety there, and it's a nice place to be. Feels good to be up there, especially on a back test of it. Those runs, if you have the tool at home, you can see that when we're above every time we have a pullback, we get above the hourly trigger, we're like good for days. You're just buying a dip and let it ride. Buy some fucking calls for Friday and on a back check of the hourly trigger, and you're just making free fucking money. It's free fucking money. So I like free money. And I might even just put a weekly trade on. There's something else too. I want to I'll make a post about it at some point today in the Discord. We're able to like in the background, we're able to come to a point where we're starting to like fix things. And just one moment, please. Just leave it on the table out there. And refocus on continuing the launch. We're actually still beta launching right now. So we have a bunch of developers in the background working. We've got people that are trying to create a bunch of content and stuff like that. Like I got to do a bunch of stuff for like FX currencies. I got to do some crypto stuff. I got to do some commodities stuff for you guys, like gold, silver. So I'm going to do soybean. Matter of fact, David AMS asked about soybeans earlier today. That he thought that was a great trade coming up. So I'm going to post some stuff about soybeans and commodities, that kind of stuff. And so my point, though, is that my children are on vacation this week for their spring vacation. Friday, the market is closed for Good Friday, I believe. And I'm going to spend some time with my children. After 3 o'clock on Thursday with my kids. So Thursday's stream may be self-directed at some point on Thursday for that long weekend, because I am taking my kids on a hike this weekend, and so we can have that time together. Yeah, I'm on. We're going up here in this. I'm definitely on, mostly because of the price of options. I'll be honest. I'm looking at the dealers. I'm like $1.42. I'm like that looks like they're pricing in no volatility here. I could be wrong on that, but time and market's telling me, even if I'm wrong, time and market's telling me that we're going up here in this bond auction, and you're gonna see some people get their faces ripped off. Hold on here. What am I looking for? Where is that? We'll get the bond auction news here in just a moment. And I have CNBC muted because they're fucking stupid around this time period. So we're going to turn on the... I'll turn this on so we can hear what they have to say. Hold on, here, what you guys got? Yeah, we like small caps here, big time. Matter of fact, we've been talking about small caps for like 3 weeks, and we have a big expose coming out on it today for like farther out expectations. Yeah. Full port gourd futures. Pumpkin yield. Dude, I was in that whole like, am I going to take delivery of a bunch of oil and bury it in the backyard? I was part of Tanker Gang. I was part of like, am I taking delivery of fucking a couple tankers of oil? I was like, if I lived in Texas, I would have done that. Just bury it all in the back 50. Heady days, baby. Those are some heady times. Do you guys ever what was the Z-gas and D-gas? I used to trade that shit too back in the day. That was some crazy ass shit too. That should rip your face off. Oh, this isn't Theta Gang right here. This is explosive move gang. If you guys have the triggers at home, right? You can watch all the videos. If you go out there and find out what's actually happening here, we're getting a move. We're gonna get some violence here, and we're spending a lot of time here too. So whenever you come to these clusters, man, bull clusters, bear clusters, rip your face off moments. I read a meme yesterday, there was like I don't know where this came from, but like somebody made a post on some social media saying something about removing the screws on an Amtrak train window. And Amtrak showed up and said, please don't do that. Someone can put their arms out the window and get hurt. And the guy goes, well, what if I just removed the rusty screws and put clean new screws in? And the Amtrak came back and said, yeah, that might be okay. Do I think we're going up at 1? Right now, kind of looks like it. I mean, like, you figure like down here at 519, there are $1.52 calls there right now. Maybe they don't want to pay it. Maybe I'm wrong there, but the other thing that is concerning is one strike away calls are only 6 cents, 522s. So they're basically telling you that like 142 is overpriced, and this shit ain't never paying today. That's what they're telling you at least. So someone's wrong here, right? Someone is wrong.
Shortly expecting the results of the 2-year note.
So I'm like fascinated to see what happens here. Either buy like some like $1.42 calls, buy them cheap would be nice. You like buy them dirt cheap. Or even blasting down here would be really nice. Like blast right down here to 516, 517, wipe out all those calls. And then buy like some what are 516s right now? They're $4.38. Like just wipe them out. Wipe out some $4 calls down to like 90 cents or 80 cents or something. Just clip them. So whatever this is, I'm fascinated with it. I think we're going up here, but I'm scratching my head on why 422 or 5. I said 4, but 522s are like 6 cents. Fascinated by buying something even cheaper if we could. $4 calls for like 60 cents would be rad.
Treasury when issued 2-year yield about 4.59% before the $66 billion auction.
There we go. Let's wait for it. Yeah, somebody look for Andy to see if he puts a grade out. He kind of disappeared, didn't he? I was noticing. Here comes the market is just waiting for these numbers to come out. I was checking out Andy the other day, and I didn't see a lot of posts from him on Twitter.
Farm payrolls. Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month. and saved 92%.
Yeah, Damon, I'll put it up right now, brother. Hold on a second here. I will spin it up for you, my man. Hold on here. Thanks for saying something. I'll get the bear music going for you right now, bro. I think I have a funny picture for you too. If we blast to the depths of hell, I got a cool picture for you too. Okay, should I just start playing some? Hold on. I'm just gonna cue it up.
2 spot 62, 2 spot 62, high yield, 4 spot 595%, 4 spot 595%.
What do we got here? Actual 4.5 or 4.595, forecast 4.691. How about B? I'm gonna go with B. Grade B. I'll hold off on that music. Oh, that was not a bad auction.
So the US sells $66 billion in 2-year notes and awards 49.16% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 13.36%, direct 20.88%, and indirect 65.76%.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad at all. Should I play the music anyways? I can do that. Fuck it, we'll play the music anyways. I'll play it anyways for you. You don't win enough as it is, so here you go. Remember that these auctions usually do not last for, or the rip doesn't last forever, so it's not an all day long thing. God damn it. The music is working. This looks more like get me off my hedge right now. Watch out for the vol control gang. They come in around 1 to 1:30 in the afternoon. So Andy Constant saying, yeah, A. I said B, and then I heard the rest of it. They had the bid to cover was pretty good, 2.620. Not bearish, or not hawkish or bearish. It's going to take time. You know, let me pause for a minute. You know, it's not that the bears, or it's not that the hawks and the bears and the bond people don't have that they're not correct. It's that we're not there yet. That's the key difference. So even like the rant I went on this morning, it's not that it's not going to be there. It's just that it's not today. And I think that's a big, part of this is that it's like, when is it now? Is it, well, you know, like people are working up to this too, right? I always tell you guys about the gambling that goes on, right? They're gambling that we're going to have 6 rate cuts, 7 rate cuts. People get foamy and shit. They get all fired up on this shit. And I get it. I understand it's money. I understand that it's someone's trade. Things don't happen always in the time frame that you want it to be. Yeah, I don't think you're going to see much vol today. That doesn't mean that that it results either in like big, huge upside moves. Normally that move off of the bond auction is more, if it's bad, it's usually more bloody than it is bullish. Yawn. Okay. I'll be back with you guys in just a minute here. Anyways, just a point, as we head into the weekend, you may see a more self-guided stream on Thursday. My oldest daughter has, as an update too for you. My oldest daughter, I told you guys that she was attending University of Michigan while still in high school. You guys have known her now for a few years, right? I'll try to get her on the stream today if I can. Her and the younger one. You guys do it just so you guys can say hello to her, or to them, because they are home right now. They're not being homeschooled anymore, but the oldest one is, but she's doing in-person college. This girl is getting A's at University of Michigan while still being a high school student. She makes me so proud. I'm gonna try to get her on to say hello or something, or check in with you guys. I'm so proud of her. She's thinking about a career in finance. So I'm really, really, really proud of her. It was really weird too. She was like, she wasn't all that athletic. My youngest is very athletic. She is not so athletic. So she made an agreement with me years ago. She was like, if I do really well in school, do I have to play sports? And I said, no. I was like, if you do really well in school, you don't have to do anything. It's like, if you're not going to peak in high school or go to trade school, you want to be like a student, go to like grad school or whatever, doctorate, PhD, whatever it is you want to do, something like that path. I'll support that, just like if you wanted to be a carpenter, you know? So I'm like really proud of her. She like has followed through on all of that stuff. I'm really impressed by it. Oh, dude, Reddit has options now? Do they have puts? I thought it was 2 weeks before puts. Are you serious? Hold on a second here. Ooh. Oh. Reddit has puts and calls. Oh, look at that too. They got them priced. Oh, look at this. And they ain't cheap, are they? They're not cheap, are they? Oh, thanks. Yeah, the kids, man, like they're very expensive right now. I'm like, why are they so expensive? It looks like dealer trap. Oh, Reddit's hard to borrow too right now, for real? I have to start buying some Reddit so I can sell options. I got to think about that. I would love to sell some Reddit options. Damn, I might buy a 100-pack of Reddit. Start selling some options on Reddit. The options chain is way overjuiced right now. Am I wrong on that? I don't know. Oh yeah, David, look at the options chain. I'm like, what is it? These yeah. This is like an option seller paradise in there. I'm serious. Like, I want to buy I want to buy a fucking 100-pack of Reddit. There ain't no way you're walking with that shit. Hey, David. This week we're gonna try to start to do some commodities, man. I'm gonna try to on that commodities channel in Pro Trader. I'm gonna start posting some charts in there for like soybeans, gold, silver, a bunch of shit. Yeah, yeah, there's some of that. I'm with you there, Bird the Pirate. I'm down with you on that trade, 100%. Like, I do love, like, I don't mind trading vol on a ticker like Reddit, like, but it has to be, you know what it has to be doing, right? Like, an option goes to like 20 cents and then trades 6 or 7 or 10 or $12. Seeing the staticness of that option chain right now, not spinning, like the premium just isn't spinning like crazy, like a wheel of a jackpot, and woo, all my money is gone. Ticker's been stopped. Wait, Larry Williams said something about soybeans. Right on. I fucking love Larry Williams. Well, I haven't checked in on Larry Williams in probably 6 months. I need to. I love Larry Williams. He is, of everybody I love right now, he is probably number one. Number one. Like if there was like Captain's top 10 list, he's number one. And I don't check up on him right now. If he's calling soybeans, 100%. 100%, dude. Like Larry Williams is a fucking G. He's wrong. Like everybody's wrong. Everybody gets trades wrong, calls wrong, but that fucking guy is a gangster. If you're a bull out there and you don't know who Larry Williams is, yeah, he is. He's probably my number one person that I love. I've even spoken to him before. Guy's phenomenal. Yeah, we're gonna post a soybean chart here in the next half hour or so hour. Any conceivable way Tesla quarterly trigger is the local bottom? Well, here let's look at Tesla really quick. So Tesla. Let me see. We'll look at Tesla really quick. Hang tight here. All right, so hold on here. Tesla has a problem. So if you guys don't know this, right? So we update Tesla all the time. Just not you get asked on Twitter like every day. Tesla update, Tesla update, Tesla update. And I can't. I just don't have the time. I would. I just don't have the time. We do update for pro subscribers or pro traders. Now, the thing about Tesla is this. There was an idea here that, well, two things. If you remember from the stream, I had said, you know, this is the first time I've ever felt like I'm very wary of this trade down here. This upside, like crazy move to the upside. And the reason for that was because we were below the monthly trigger specifically. This is a bear market for Tesla. Once we crossed underneath the monthly trigger, like bear market, and then a confirmation of a bear market above. Now, this is way back here, okay, in time. Now, there was a cross that was coming up right here. And the hope was that at this daily trigger bottom that we would at least try to get up there and confirm that bear market for Tesla. Instead, what happened was you got shorted down to the depths of hell. They didn't want to see that, right? Sellers and professionals didn't want to see that. They rolled it down, and then took it off the daily trigger to the downside. Now, that is really bad for Tesla. It really is. It's really fucking bad for Tesla. No chance to escape. No chance to climb above and get out of the bear market for Tesla. Fuck you, we're going down here. Now, that doesn't mean we can't do the big squeeze to the upside. I'm still a believer in that big squeeze up. But the weekly being down here like it is really bad for Tesla. Tesla has some stuff to close, too. Let's go and take a look at it right now. We don't look at this too frequently, and I haven't looked at it in a long time.
Expecting the Fed reverse repo operation?
So let's take a look at some stuff here. Some real annoyances for me. We're going to check a couple gaps right now. So there's a gap right there. There's a gap right there. I think that one was filled. We got another gap down here, though. We got another. I thought we had another gap. Am I on the 1 day? Yeah, I'm on the 1 day right now. Some more. That's kind of all gap bullshit down there. I guess I should be more technical with it and say that one right there. Like, this is all kind of gappy in here. It's like all. Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't want that. It's like garbage shit back here.
74 counterparties take $473.787 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
And this is important down here, too. This is your $20, $30, $10 stuff. Yeah, there's gaps at $18. Do I think we're going to 18? No. There's some, like, that's the big ones. Normally when we come down here for this stuff, it's like one at a time. They don't take them all. We'll revisit this stuff. More than likely, yes, we will. We will revisit this stuff someday. Do I think we revisit right now? Probably not. It's not usually how it happens. All that needs erased right there. There's some other. Well, that's all good. But there's one more down here. There's like this little sneaky one down here. Can gaps be left behind? Yeah, but they always come. Someday they come back. They remember all this shit, but on much higher time frames. Is my point. That's all gappy bullshit down there. There's some gapping in here. There's a lot of gapping in here, right? A lot of shit down here that looks like bullshit to me. But I'm not on the team of we're going to do all this right now either. Now let's go back and just take a peek. Yeah, that's all being filled in right now. All this got filled in. You see that right here? They tagged this one. This is back in December of 2022, so some of that's all gone right now. So we can probably take those out. Is that the highest ones I got right there? That's the 100s. I think these are all, we're going to erase all those. Here's the big one right here. So do you see this right here? This is the quarterly trigger, okay? So that's $77.93. See it down there now? So like all this stuff right here is gone. That's been cleaned up. That's been cleaned up. That's been cleaned up. That's been cleaned up. Now leaves all this stuff down here. Now Bear's going to tell you, like, we're going to go down here and we're going to, like, blast through and clean all this, then come back up here. You know what? Like, what's the Bear argument at that point, right? If we clean up all of this right now, does that mean we never come back here again? Does that mean your Tesla bull at $20? So if you were going to close something, it's likely just this right here. You're likely not closing any of this crap down here. More than likely not. No, sorry. Apologize. Likely not happening. So if you had a downside target as a bear, this is the one that concerns me the most down here. And specifically our action over here. What they're trying to do, you know, all that nasty news that's coming out is trying to get a reaction of, and there is some real, true, fundamental reason for Tesla to trade this. Existential threats to Tesla. The main one for me personally is China. Truly, Chinese EVs dumping cars in our market. They can and will do that stuff. They do it in China. I've shown you guys videos of bicycles and motorcycles just being pushed into a dump. You have like a basically state subsidized business practices. If you can't fail, you can, but you can't fail in China in some respects in the quest for progress. That reminds me of us at one point, right? The United States was like that. When we were an emerging industrial nation, it was like boom, 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 right? So is this valid? It is. I'm really concerned with this hourly down here, or this daily. Not producing more price action to the upside, even if it reverses to the downside over here. This specific move right here is a real concern to me. That we didn't get that move up. for this up push. We actually had lower lows. And there's a want and need by Tesla bulls as well to get down here to the $77. So currently right now, they need some kind of a catalyst for this. I don't know if that's their next ER report, that they get that catalyst to go down there and trade 77.93. It's possible that even if you do get a squeeze up here, it's just not as fruitful as you'd expect, right? They trap you back in that daily trigger. We go right back down here and just start blooding. There's some kind of news that comes out. Even back here when we were up here, matter of fact, not even then, before this, when we were right about here, I made some statements on Twitter that said, expect really bad news from Tesla. And people were saying we're going to go up. And I was like, no, you're going to get a slew of bad news. And that's what's happened, right? Real tons of nasty, nasty news against Tesla. And to be honest, though, if you scale out a little bit, it's not that bad. You remember Tesla was at 256, now trading $1 or 175. Tesla can easily, in like the matter of days, be trading 300, right? Squeeze out of all this, start going higher. There can also be an argument of this bullshit right here, big old bull flag to the upside. There can be one more blast down, and then you get your actual bull flag up here, right? That's that $77 down there. So can we get down there? Yeah, we can. We're getting bullish, though, in the daily, right? You can see it. On a 30-minute basis, the same thing is saying we're going up still. You can see we have a series of higher lows on Tesla. And we should start getting bullish on Tesla. And I will tell you something here. I'm going to tell you something very important about Tesla. Very important about Tesla. And any ticker out there, and specifically Tesla for how they run. So I'm going to get rid of these, actually, by the way, just because we know where it is. We know where these red bars are. That's right where the quarterly trigger is down here. It's not showing up right now, but it's there. On this specific chart, it doesn't show up, but we know where they are. So the one key I will tell you is this, though. If you're a bear, I got to tell you something. I don't have a single example in prior history on Tesla where daily velo starts to make a series of higher lows, and starts to turn positive where it doesn't fucking moonshot. So I think the risk here is mostly to the bears, or market conditions could be in the bears' favor. And I don't have a single example of a divergence between Tesla and SPY or Qs where that divergence does not close right before a major rollover in the market. So maybe if you were to see SPY, let's say, trade 550, I would expect Tesla to run up there into that. And Tesla is also famous for fake outs, right? The fake out here, and then you get told that it's going to go to the depths of hell, and they just rip your fucking face off. So, I mean, rip your face off. So we'll monitor it. You guys, if you're a pro trader, you have projections from me on Tesla going out quite far in time, what I think happens to Tesla. I'm bullish here on Tesla to the usual stuff, just normal trading, unless some more bullshit news comes out on it. There's nothing you can do about that, right? It's a meme stock. It trades like a meme stock. My own personal opinion is, or not personal opinion, but I watched a lady from, it's still on YouTube somewhere, but it's like a 3-hour conversation with some real big insiders and some serious professional market participants that talked about how Tesla is shorted. And it's kind of gross how it's shorted. It's really disgusting because it's shorted synthetically. People are like, well, it's not. People are like, well, it's not the. Oh yeah, baby. People are like, well, Tesla this and Tesla that. Tesla's no longer the most shorted this and that. It's done. It's done through. It's shorted through. Instead of trying to fight with Tesla, the stock, or to fight with it on Qs or on S&P 500, these short sellers go in and synthetically short through small indexes where they can whip around the price of these smaller indexes without people actively trading them. and it has like this volatile effect on the price of Tesla. But this lady like discussed it for about an hour and a half, and she was like, "Well, what is the end result here?" And it's like a recipe to blow up hedge funds, ultimately to blow up hedge funds, and it has in the past. I'll try to find that. Discussion sometime. And it was at one of the big colleges. It was at like Notre Dame or something like that, or Notre Dame or Oxford or something like that. And they were discussing the mechanics of that trade. And they were saying, what's the risk to these funds? And they were like, blown the fuck up. I'll try to find it. It's really fascinating to see how it. So when you see that Tesla trades like a meme stock, there's an explanation as to why. And, oh, here we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, pump it up there. 130, baby. Vol control crowd coming in right now. Everyday buyers coming in right now. So I'll find it for you sometime. How it's hard to explain now. I haven't watched it in probably 2 years, but it was a fascinating watch. I used to post it on, every once in a while I post it on Twitter. So am I bullish on Tesla overall? Yes. I think I'm in the camp of like, well, I'm super bullish on Tesla, but I think their days of like leaps and bound moves are probably over. I would stretch out your goals on Tesla. Is the one thing I would say. Yeah, I'm bullish here. If anybody wants to know, I've been bullish since the open. I posted a chart last night. You guys want to see the chart I posted last night? I'll show you guys. I'll show it to you right now. Hold on a second. Let me bring it up. Posted this for everybody last night. It's right here. What do we got here? A quick second here. Go to the dashboard. Yeah, here, I'll show it to you right now. This is the, where's cap screen? Right here. So there's my screen right there. This is what I posted for, this was, what was this? This was the close of Friday close right here. And so far we've traded what? What is this right here? 519? 519 right there, right? Hold on. Move this over. What are we traded so far? What's the low today? Somebody tell me the low today. Anybody? Go ahead, tell me. What was the low today? 519.45, right? 519.45, right? So where's that? Like right here, right? Where's the hourly trigger? Right there, right? Where's price right now? Right there, right? So we have done all this. We've done all that. And now I'm looking for a dip to buy to go higher, right? Now this could stall, right? Not only that, this could reject, right? So you get an update from me if we reject this, right? If we start selling this down and getting a new low, you would then get, sorry, I'm having problems here drawing. I don't know why. Look at that. I got limp pen. But you get my point, right? You get an updated chart from me saying, well, no, we've rejected the hourly trigger, and now we're going to start making charts for you that we're going down. You get what I'm saying? So, over here, right? Let's say we reject this. Say we actually reject this hourly trigger. We start heading down and catch a new low. You would then get a market update from me saying, hey, look, this is the expectation. We stalled out, and now we're going to look for a new low down below, and here's your projection for the downside target. But for right now, this is where we are, right? And what did I say we would do? I said we would come up here, right? Want to see it better? Right there, right? And I posted on Twitter, didn't I? Said, what did I say this morning on Twitter? I said, the open is almost perfect, near perfect for a bull. Right there. That's 9:30 this morning. Near perfect for a bull to buy. If you bought the open, you're set. Coming into the hourly trigger now, and I want to buy a dip here, don't I? I want to come up here, buy a dip, and take this up. Now, if we reverse down and start getting new lows, we'll readjust our plan, right? We're underneath the hourly trigger still. So if that happens, yeah, we'll take it as it is. But for right now, it's worked out, hasn't it? Guiding hand of Captain Jim James with you. The gentle hand. If any of you can do a better job, let me know. I'll bring you on board. You can start posting them for me twice a day. And I don't get them all right either. That's another thing. Don't think like, oh, is he always right or is he ever wrong? I'm wrong probably. On those charts, I'm probably wrong like 20% of the time. But of course, we update if we're wrong. Then another 10% of the time, we stall whatever direction we're heading. We'll like stall out sometimes. The rest of them are pretty spot on though. It's all right. I did post for the supporters this morning of farther out projections, so they're not as scared, so they can at least see what the thought process is down the road. So if you're trying to trade like ranges, and that's what we're going to try to trade here is ranges, over the coming weeks. Try to trade like, you should be buying this stuff with, I'll be honest with you, you should be buying like this 520 and looking for 535. When we hit that, we should pull back down to like 5,000, 510, and we're maybe even 5,000, and then we're trading 550. We're going to have range expansion. So if you're a bear, there's going to be a place for you to buy and sell and all that other shit. Think bigger moves now, a little bit of range expansion into summertime. And, once we get to summertime, we should see like a less volatile market for a part of summer. And then we should get volatile into late summer. No, it doesn't change. No. You can go back to all my market briefs and go back and look at them on the dates that they happen, and they happen exactly as I said them. Every time. Like 75% of the time. No, they don't change. I adjust sometimes, but it's very rare. It's very, very, very rare. They don't change. They don't. You can ask guys like Andy Constant, ask guys like Tom Lee. They follow me. I get it right most of the time. Pretty good. They don't change. I don't normally brag about that shit. I am right now, but I normally don't. Normally this. If you ever see me bragging, it's very rare. I will sometimes. I'll talk shit, but I normally don't. Like, you know, people brag all the time on Twitter and shit. I don't do that shit most of the time. Not like most of these motherfuckers do it. They're like bragging every day of the week. I normally don't do that shit. You can see, you can go on Twitter and you can go on Twitter and see who follows me. Look who follows me on Twitter. CNBC people, fucking biggest traders in the U.S. follow me on Twitter. Go see who follows me on Twitter. Some people don't look. You should look and see. Say who follows CaptainJimJames. I don't talk about that shit because it's like not cool. But you should see who follows me. I don't think I've ever said that publicly. I might have, but maybe once. No, they're not like your regular traders. Like it's like the big boys. You want me to do some bragging? Hold on, let's check. Let's see if we can do some bragging. Watch him unfollow me just to fucking fuck with me. I don't even know if he still follows me. Let me find out. Watch him be like, oh yeah. Watch he's watching right now and he's like, hey, you know what? Slam the button just to fuck with him. What does that say right there? What's that right there? What does that say right there? All right, that's enough bragging for today. I hate bragging, dude. I hate fucking humble bragging because then I'm going to get torched now. The karma's going to come back and fuck with me. Yeah. You know who I did want to get to follow me was Mike Burry. That never happened. I would love, well, I shouldn't say that. Mike Burry would have nothing to do with me. You can tell he's on the spectrum. That guy has nothing to do with anybody. I would scrub his floor, though. I'd be the guy that would empty his trash can. The guy is genius. I have a lot of respect for Mike Burry. Smart as hell. But I don't think he follows anybody. Yeah, I do. I care about my followers. I follow people with this one follow. I care about people. If you have one follower out there, I'll follow you. It's because I make a lot of calls out there. I make calls that matter. Like, I'm the guy that called the bottom in October. You know that. Some of you know that. Some of you don't. I called the roll in September, October, November of 21. I'm talk about that shit, dude. I'm not talking about that right now. I'm done with that stuff. Because, as a matter of fact, you want to know how much I don't like this stuff? I started deleting that shit. I started paying to have my Twitter deleted because I didn't want the history. I didn't think it matters. I don't think that shit matters. I think it does a disservice. That's true. I started paying to have my Twitter deleted because I didn't want to get 100,000. I don't want 100,000 followers or 200,000 followers. So it's a bunch of that stuff I've deleted. It deletes like 1,000 every month or something, every week. My whole history on Twitter, eventually I want to delete. The more I can delete, the better, because it doesn't matter. And I never want 100,000 followers or 50,000 followers or any of that stuff. I wouldn't want that shit. It's a fucking nightmare. Because I try to uncomplicate things, and people out there make things too complicated in my view. So they'll be like, he's wrong. I'm like, no, I'm not. I know I'm right. They're like, he's right for the wrong reasons. I'm like, no, that's not true either. So I used to work in C-suite. So I used to see these guys, these fucking guys out there, right? They will have the smartest people in the world giving them all the data in the world. And that's not how decisions are made. These guys all have egos. They're like ego-tripping balls. They're monsters. They're evil monsters in the background. It's disgusting. There are many, many, many biographies, autobiographies, insider tales of the Fed, where it's like an ego. Like, I am the smartest motherfucker in the world. And you'll like have the real smart people that talk on FinTwit be like, but boss, what about all this over here? And they're like piles of paper top line this, top line that. And that fucker that's like the Fed pres or a little chair, whatever they are, right? They're just be like, I'll take that into consideration, and they literally wing it based on 2 or 3 metrics and how they feel about it. And you never think that's real until like it goes wrong and it goes public. And then you find out that's what they were doing. And so try to dumb shit down and think like they think. Which is like disgusting. But it's true. It's so true, you know? And only until you see it the first time that you are shocked. You're offended by it and shocked by it. And you're like, man, that person. my dad was a lobbyist. And I was shocked that we'd go to church on Sunday. And then we'd have brunch with the priests. The priests would be getting shit-faced. And then the politicians would stop by the house. And they all know each other. All these people knew each other. No matter what was in public. Some of them fought in real life and fought in public. But there's a whole like system, bureaucracy, power, money. And you witness that stuff and you're like, none of these fucking people are who they portray themselves to other people as, or nor what they're trying to push. That's all from money, right? Money is telling these people, I want you to push this forward, push that forward. That's bad. We don't want that being done. And but the people that are in those positions, they don't believe any of that shit. And people with money don't care about anything ethical, anything religious. Some do, but most don't. Not behind a closed door, not with their friends and family. They're kind of gross, kind of disgusting. It is. That's the reality. And when it goes wrong, they get burned, right? They get burned when it goes wrong. And you always come back afterwards, like your hindsight vision. And you're like, well, where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong in the great financial crisis? Greed. Just greed. Greed, money, power, drugs, new boat, 20th house. Every time, that's what it is. Smartest men in the room. Just greed and power. I had a hunch. It really is that. Really is that simple. That's right, it is moving. You can watch a video I made, the education video I made called the 3-Hour Look Back. And watch that video. It's going to tell you exactly what's happening right now. SPY squeezing up, trading 520.67 right now. Trying to get above the hourly trigger. Let's see if they can and not get the rejection. They've had 1, 2, 3 rejections so far. 1, 2, 3 rejections off the hourly trigger. Can they get by it right now? Hourly trigger sitting at 520.87. Guy like Jedi Marcus. Why do I like Jedi Marcus? Why do I follow him? Vol Wiz, why do I follow him? Smart fucking people. Great traders. Why do I kneel at their altar every day? Because they're fucking awesome. Trust those guys. Like I trust them. Like I'm a student of theirs. Larry Williams sit at his altar. Used to sit at his altar a lot more. Just don't have any time right now too. Oh yeah, Jedi Marcus is a gangster. Jimmy Jude, another gangster. Trust him all day long. You've watched, like, who I'm a student of, follow who those people are. Like, why does he Why does he focus on those guys all the time? Why does he say their names all the time? Why does he care about those people? They're very, very good traders, very good investors, very good traders. They have good perspective on things. When things are going bad, they say it. Come right out and tell you it's bad. They're very pragmatic. All of them. Yeah, I trust those guys with my life, like hands down. And you notice that they don't have a lot of followers too, for a reason. Like Bob Kendall doesn't have a ton of followers. Jedi Marcus doesn't have a lot of followers. There's a reason for that, right? There's a reason for that. Jedi Marcus, he deletes his tweets. And I know now why he does. Does Jedi Marcus want 100,000 followers? Probably not. Probably doesn't want it. Maybe he does in some way in his heart. He probably does. But another way in his heart, he probably doesn't. And there's probably a lot of people out there that don't want him to have 100,000 followers. You know, there's people out there with 1 million followers or 500,000 followers or 100,000 followers. And they're using guys like Jedi and like Bob or whomever out there for their own alpha so they can back check their own trading or whatever else they're doing, or their ohm or whatever it is they're doing. And you don't have to be the smartest guy in the room to be a trader either. Sometimes it's better to be dumb. You'll often hear stories from the smartest people out there that say, we had one guy in this room, right? This guy was, like you got a quant, a PhD, this, or that, and then you got like some rando in the corner that for some reason makes money when he has no business making any money. Yeah, exactly. That's true too. That's true too. You just got to know who the smart guy is too. I agree with that. That's a fair thing. And there are people that present themselves as dumb that aren't, because they use it as to their advantage. That's another thing to be careful of. If you see a dumbass in a room full of smart guys, be careful of the dumbass. Yeah. Well, that was true and not true. There were a lot of professionals that knew that was going on. And Roaring Kitty was not a dumbass either. He's professional too. There were a lot of professionals. There's a lot before GME, there was a lot of professionals that just wanted an outlet. They had a place that they could chat in Wall Street Bets. They taught a lot of dumbasses how to win. How to really fuck over the system. It was fucking phenomenal. One of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. It was such a beautiful thing. Like I thought about where I think I've discussed this in the show before. I can't imagine being like the C-suite while that was going on and having the smart guy being like a meeting with all of these egos and saying, "Boss, I know what they're doing." When it was like trading like $40 or $60 and nobody listening. Like nobody. This is the ego, right? This is the guys that make billions. And they're like, fuck that smart guy over there. They're never going to go to this price. It was fascinating to watch when they actually shut it down. We were discussing it before it happened. Matter of fact, Suspected Saboteur and I were discussing it. And he was like, how do they shut it down? Or what's the only way they can turn it off? Like they have to literally turn the stock off. It's the only way they can do it. It's the only way they stop the trade is by turning the stock off. You can't trade it anymore. You can't trade options. It's the only fucking way. At that time. And once someone listened finally, once it started cranking and people were going to start going bankrupt in big ways, like real damage was going to be done, there was no way they weren't shutting it down. No fucking way. Same as Volkswagen. Volkswagen is like, I think it's Volkswagen was like one of the use cases when you accumulate all this stock and you start ramping when the takeover, it's like a poison pill for the stock. It's genius. It's fucking genius. Still no break above the hourly trigger. One good thing, even if we don't go up here, you can see some stuff here. What can you see here? The hourly trigger, the velocity of the downside is slowing on the hourly trigger. It's coming down, starting to flatten. More time we spend here, start to turn up. So you do these 3-hour look backs, right? 5-hour looks back, 6-hour look backs. The more time we spend here, the more the hourly trigger wants to turn up, right? We can become more bullish here over time. So we're not quite there yet. But the more we flatten out velocity to the downside on an hourly basis, the more time we spend here, the more not only bullish does it become, but the more sustainable it becomes. So let me give you a simplified answer, a simplified example of this. Give you a simplified, let me just get rid of all this here. Just get rid of all this crap. Okay. Lesson time, okay? Velocity in the hourly trigger, right? Straight up. Velocity comes sideways, right? What happens? Price comes down to it, right? Good example, right, for the bears. Price goes underneath, starts coming down. Now, if you have a squeeze, while velocity is heading lower, forget this over here. 10 the hourly trigger is going vertical down here, right? Pretend this green line is not here. It's actually following down, okay? And you get a price spike through the hourly trigger. You might say to yourself, Cap, that's bullish, right? It really isn't. It's just a squeeze. And the more it squeezes, like straight up, and you still have velocity heading down, the more likely it's going to come back and likely even go lower price. Now, the more time that you spend sideways, and the more that you can get the hourly trigger to then turn sideways instead of being so violently to the downside, the more opportunity there is to turn up. And the less squeezing you have above the hourly trigger, the more like consolidative you become, the better your chances are of A, move higher with a back check to become sustainable over time to the upside. So all of this action right now so far looks good. What else can you take away from this? You have the violence in the 1 and 5 minute trigger coming down. Then you have the flattening of the 1 and 5 minute trigger. And now you have the 1 and 5 minute trigger coming up, right? That's bullish, at least 1 and 5 minute basis. This is more neutral right now, the hourly trigger, right? And we're at the bottom of hourly velo on a 30-minute basis. This is a 1 minute chart, but I already looked on the 30-minute basis earlier, and we're at the bottom of velocity. So it looks really good here for the bulls. Now, we haven't looked at the daily, or we haven't looked at the daily velocity yet. It is coming down, so I'm not expecting huge outperformance by SPY, like massive upside move gains, but I am expecting a little bit more bullishness here than you might be expecting, or at least right now on SPY. Now, can this turn to the downside? Yeah, if we get into the close or something, we lose some velocity. We roll down maybe slightly into the close at 4 p.m. or something, but then it's going to come right back again if the buyers show up tomorrow on Tuesday, right? Turnaround Tuesday. You have a very short week this week too, right? We got turnaround Tuesday and what the fuck Wednesday all in one day, basically, tomorrow. So, are we bearish here? Not necessarily. I'm not necessarily bearish here. Open your mind and to contra-shock and look for holes in their argument. Always be learning. Absolutely, Trader Podcast. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, right now it's kind of brutal, David. Just grinding sideways. What I'm looking for, I'm hoping for here is the slingshot up. My hope was that we'd come up into our first test of the hourly trigger and have a pullback for the real buy, right? The turnaround Tuesday and the what the fuck Wednesday, right? The manipulation and shit. And I'm going to talk to you about something that David AMS says a lot. Jedi says it too, right? You have every week, you have the real positioning by true market players. Then you have the fake out, right? You've got the manipulation, and they come in on a full week. They come in and monetize it on Thursday. They take their money and they exit by Friday, right? That's often why you get a down. Right now, you get a down Friday. And so what is our thing? We have to figure out, are they long or short into this Friday, right? What are they trying to do? Yeah, that's right, David. Yep, look. Think of it, so I've not had time to revert long again. Well, first week of April is the true year open. That's right. They position for the year. Absolutely. 100%. Dude, I love these. Dude, I love having those talks with you, Dave. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely, man. Well, I was saying on Twitter the other day, I was like, all you old guys out there, you're going to get your chance. You thought you missed your chance in the spring. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, I'm hoping that we hit 535, 550, and then we get the low. Well, we get the low on 490. I think the 490 low, I'd really like to position for the year for myself. If we can get the 4,900, even for a brief moment, we can get that brief moment at 4,900. I think that's the low, and then I think there'll be another one for that presidential shit. If there's a presidential election low. Yeah, I think it's a generational buy for the year. Huh? Yes. Or the entire thesis is dead. The entire thesis, I mean, I guess the entire thesis would be that, I mean, we can look at that simply, right? It's fairly easy to see, right? Like that's pretty simple traditional charting, right? We're either going to roll and go back down and check the trough at 3,500, or we're going to back check the January 2022 high and the new high we just made and go up, right? Into the right. Oh yeah, keep on fucking pumping, dude. Show these motherfuckers. I love when this shit happens. Rip their fucking faces off. There's like this whole thing where if you understand anything about like whack off shit. If you understand like accumulation distribution, there's like it's fairly easy to see like here we'll do it. I mean, you're on one or the other here. You're on one or the other here, right? There it is right there. Simple. So simple. Right? Now you're saying, well, 460 cap, we're going to hit that. I disagree. I would think yes. Normally I would say, yeah, we're going to do this. And then go up and to the right. That would be the bull thesis. I think that's what everyone is expecting this spring, even myself. Right? I think everybody was expecting, or anyone that's a bull was expecting. We get above here. We have our natural spring pullback. Everything is awesome. Come back down and start continuing to the right. I think the thesis of this trade has more to do with a bull that thinks we're in a new bull market that can last 4 to 6 years, 7 years. I think, though, when you look at the larger picture, and for me, it's the housing market, it's on an 18-year cycle. It's a known cycle. Everybody knows it. No one cares what you think about your 6 and 7 year bull run. They know that we're on a housing cycle that's 9 years, and on a larger scale, truly an 18-year cycle. And that 18-year cycle ends in 25, 26, 27, somewhere in there. 26 in reality. So it looks to me like we're skipping that. And what they're going to do here is they're going to hold the line at 5,000-ish. And they're going to make a mad dash. And I have examples of it. 95 to 99. Or 98. 98 to 2000. They did it again in 07 and 08. They did it again in COVID. So this looks like it. This looks like they're going to try to hold that 5,000, that 490. You got the weekly coming up right now, and they're going to ramp this fucker. And it's going to be relentless. And there can be some moments in here. There can be some moments. The one thing I was trying to show you this morning was how they had moves down that were like 20%, 27%. But they violently come back up. Like with a problem, like with a grudge. I was showing you that this morning, which was that there's like a grudge in there. So even if you were to do that, the recommendation would be that you stay long and you blow it off like it's nothing. So if you own SPY and we blast it down 20% or 30%, then no matter what, in like another month, like literally a month, you would be back on track again. So no matter how violent this gets, you stay long. And you hold like for lack of a better word, you hold like a motherfucker. In any dip you buy. Like it doesn't matter if it's if the market just starts crashing. How do you trade that? I don't know. Think about today's world. I was trying to highlight that this morning, which was, can you imagine in today's world, right? Having a true bubble. Think about this. If you had a true bubble if we enter a true bubble phase, can you imagine me telling you, hey, look, we're going to go to 6,000 or we're going to go to 9 or 12,000. And by the way, on the way there, you're going to have 20%, 30% drawdowns that'll be really fast and will recover really fast. Just hold your panties. And then imagine when that's happening, you're on Twitter and we roll 20%. Can you imagine the emotional insanity your brain is going to go through? You're going to like panic sell everything, right? And get destroyed the whole way up. How do you How do you cope with that as an investor, or as a bull, or as a market participant? How do you cope with that as a bear? If you can't time the roll, let's say it rolls down and like 3, 4, 5 days later, you're down 20, the market's down 20, 30%. You missed most of it. Then you're listening to Twitter telling you the market's going to crash. It is a crash. It's 20%, it's 29%. And then 3 weeks later, 6, 8 weeks later, we're back to all-time highs again. You either have to hang on tight and buy every fucking dip. And I mean like every one of them, 10%, 20%, 30%, you buy them all. And you ride this fucker all the way up to the tippity top. And what is the tippity top? Some good places are like 6,000, 9,000, 12,000. And I think time is against you as we get closer to that 2026. So 2025, March, probably a good time. You might not catch the exact top. December, you start wrapping it up. March, you start really like, I'm going to take like 60, 80% off. March, maybe you're like 20% exposure. If it does last in a 26 or 27, we'll trade it as long as we're above the daily trigger, the weekly trigger, monthly trigger, all that stuff. We'll still ride it, but less and less exposure as we get up there. But I would not be shocked here. This all looks to me like they're going to do a bubble. It looks like it. It really fucking looks like it. Really looks like they're gonna beat it and abuse it and destroy it, take it till it breaks. That's what it looks like. Go back and look at that time. Take some time for yourself when you have some free time. Go back and look at those runs. And they were pure insanity. I mean, if you're not 50 or 60 years old, 70 years old, if you're not 60 or 70 years old, you never traded it. If you're not like at least, 50, right? You could have traded the 2000 run. As a very young trader, you could have. But most people today that are professionals, like most professionals out there today. So when you see me look towards a Larry Williams, he's how old now? I even had a conversation with him about that. I talked to Larry Williams, and I was like, why are you still in this? He's like, what else am I going to do for myself? When you see me look at guys like this right here, Victor Niederhofer, like, why do I like this guy? You know why, right? Guy's like 90 years old. Because he's lived through it. Bob Kendall. Why do you look to trust Bob Kendall? How old is he? In his 70s, right? It's got to be. Bob Kendall's got to be in his 70s. You look at guys like Larry Williams, Bob Kendall. Look at guys like Jedi Marcus. Why do you look towards guys like that? There's a reason. They were in the market when that shit was going on. They've witnessed it. They were market participants. And the market went up 200%. 200%. With 20% drawdowns the entire way up, all the way up. Yeah, it was hilarious and a genius too at the same time. But these guys become the most pragmatic people in the room, is my point. These guys know the real cycles of the market. These guys know when you have a 20, 29% drawdown and you're in the late stages of a bull run. They know that. They're like, yeah, watch these punk-ass kids out there. These punk-ass kids are seeing the market pull down 20%, 30%, and they think it's doom and gloom. Meanwhile, Jedi Marcus is like, we're going to buy the fuck out of this. It's going up another 100%. You're like, what do you mean we're going up another 100%? You know what I'm saying? So like these guys that are professionals out in Wall Street, they're like 20 years old, 30 years old, 40 years old. They've never been through that. It's like the guy from Wall Street. What's the guy's name? Hal? Hal Burton or something like that, the guy from the movie Wall Street, the original one with Charlie Sheen and whatever his face, Michael Douglas. There's an old guy in that movie, and that old guy's been around the markets for a long time. And he had some of the sagest. If you ever go back and watch the movie Wall Street, the original one. That's right. If you ever go back and watch that movie closely, Hal, right? That's his name. He is probably the person you should be. He's the protagonist of that movie. And he's probably the smartest guy that you could get. Like, I know it's a film, but if you really wanted a composite of the smartest guy truly in the room, it's probably Hal. That's right. You know, Bud, I like you. And because that guy was older, man, he just had time in market. He had time in market. He'd been in the market for so many decades. He had seen it all. The 80s fashion does not hold up well. Four trigger bull cluster right now. Trading again the hourly trigger. Oh, yeah. Four trigger bull cluster on Spoos. I'm going to post that on Twitter right now. I always love these the best. If you are short right now, I would recommend that you do not be short. This doesn't always happen. But if it happens, you're going to get fucking destroyed. Price going up, clusters underneath. Price going down, clusters coming over. Price is above. You've got 1 minute, 5 minutes, half-hour trigger. Price about to break above the hourly trigger. You will then have price, 4 triggers. You'll have 4 trigger bull cluster. About to happen. Always before, never after. Let's see if it starts to explode or not, or if it gets rejected. I'm going to cue up some music here. Because when it does happen, it's a beautiful thing. They're pissed. They're saucy. Angry sellers right now. Love it. Love IWM right now. Love the stonk. It's not a stonk, but oh shit. Some pretty big green balls there. Where'd that come from? What's going on up there? Rage out there right now by bears. Rage. I gotta make sure I'm following this guy. I am following him right on. Let's get some awesome five just said something about you really start saving money at the 80-gallon mark. Put that up right there for you. Put that right there. See that? Boy, they didn't like that without any lube right there. You see that little wick right there? They were like, "Ow, that hurts." Oh, thanks. Thanks, Dave. Hey, David. By the way, if you're in the Discord, right? If you're a pro trader, there's some. I'm gonna start posting some stuff over the next couple days, in some of those channels that we have. But don't feel like you can't post in there. There's like a charts channel, and that charts channel, if you have Ohm, you're like, oh, I'm long this. Like Nino, if you're like, I'm long this. Post what you're looking for to do in that channel. I'm gonna start posting stuff in there because like I own I'm upside down right now on RGF, but I'm gonna post in there my positioning. I think it's called charts. So I got like a chart, the chart channel. I'm gonna start posting shit to give you guys some places to post. There's a lot of wildflowers. A lot of people like, what's he doing right now? I want to just trade with him. But nobody's posting any of their own stuff, and I'm like, don't feel free. Don't feel like it's like a bunch of sharks swimming and like a bunch of people going, I'm just gonna follow that guy over there. I ain't fucking around anymore. I'm here to make money. Now that wick is a bear stop loss. Oh, hell yeah, it is. Yes, it is. They're about to get their shit pushed in right now, but a couple seconds. Panic. Panic at the disco. Oh, yeah, baby. Come on, 1 minute. Come on, 5 minute. Push on up, baby. Make that turn. Make that turn, baby. Go on up there. Oh, there's some really pissed off sellers right now. Really pissed off sellers right now. It's trying. I saw it this morning. Don't say anything. I saw it traded 37 this morning. I saw like first thing this morning. I'm in a private chat and I'm like, it's at 37 right now. I'm gonna move this over so you can get a better take on this right here, so you can see it. Nothing's changed here. You could see a quick liquidation break. This is going to try to take your stops, by the way. Whoop, right down there and then right back up. Not bearish here unless we break below 520.56 and reject. Completely bullish here. Would need to see a rejection below 520.56. Looking for a big-ass squeeze to the upside right now. Big consolidation. You can see it all the way from this morning around the opening bell. It was at like 37 this morning. Oh, there's three of us, I think, that are long right now. We've DCA'd, and we're like, and then they had a bunch of fucking shit news came out. But like that charts channel, like, don't feel like you can't post. I lose trades all the time. You don't need to always be a fucking winner. You win 3 to 7 times, you're doing pretty good. It's okay to like be a losing trader. I've been a losing trader. I have. I've blown up accounts. Don't think that I like just some rocket scientist like from day fucking one, or that I've been a winner always. I get smoked. I've blown up accounts. I've told stories here, real nasty. I've done it, and actually, people know me before I was streaming when I've blown up accounts. Just be cool. Now squeeze that shit for me. Give me 521.30, please. DWAC smashing to the upside right now. Somebody called out DWAC earlier, and they just ripped faces off all day long. Whoever called that ticker out this morning, congratulations and thank you for the badass alpha and stream today. ELF working its way up there, still hasn't done anything yet. NVDA grinding its way up to the top again. Grinding to try to trade 974.84. Tesla trying to make another move to the upside right now. Tesla trying to trade 177, 72, 177, 79, and eventually what would really like to trade 182 if possible. ARM just keeps grinding to the upside right now. SPX turning it around right now, trying to close the upside gap up here. Let's draw that in for people. There's a gap above that it's trying to close right here. Trying to close that gap right there. Make this gray right now. So keep your eyes on this at home. This is SPX. Snap yourself a chart of this. Now, they'll sometimes leave this gap. Like, they'll sometimes, like, take all that gap and then just leave that one little bit right there. Won't take it all. And they'll reverse it. So even if we squeeze here, could be a reversal. We talk about what here? We talk about if we get above the hourly trigger, that you always want the back test. So you squeeze up, come back down, and just start grinding again. Right? Squeeze up, grind again to the upside. We could have a little bit of that on our hands here. Coming back for a 1-minute check right now. We also have the 5-minute trigger down below. Make sure the buyers are still here for the upside move. Buyers showing themselves in the 1-minute trigger right now. We're trying to do it. Oh, wait a minute. Remember, if you do get the reversal on the upside here, you want to be able to take your money and run before you ever get there. So if you're in some calls, let's say, for like 30 or 20 cents, you could possibly take the money and run at like 40 or 50 cents. Some of y'all you could see, like, sometimes you see a big old move like this right here, and then it's an automatic tweezer, I think it's called, tweezer, something like that, and they automatically reverse it right here. So make sure you're able to take profit somewhere in here. Give yourself a predetermined amount of money to walk with. You want to do the jams? You guys want to do some jams? You guys want to do some jams, don't you? You guys want the music, don't you? This is a good start to a week, by the way, already.
She said he was calling my name. She was naked up against the bed frame. It's a safe bet. This will happen again. So walk away.
Watch this cross right here. You see this right here? 5 minutes coming up on the half-an-hour trigger right there. Price would like to go back there and check and make sure. Right there, that one.
It's all too much, I have to run. Caught in the scandal.
WTI crude main futures settled at $81.25 per barrel. That's up $1.32 or 1.64%.
I'm only quiet here right now because I'm in a trade right now. But do you guys want to know what I'm watching right here? So I want to make sure I don't get rolled. So that's right there. Right there. So what do I need to see? I need to see red bars right here. And then I need to see an immediate straight up right here. What do I not want to see here? Do you guys know what I don't want to see here? I don't want to see like this stuff right here. And then a low for that one right there. I don't want to see that one. I don't want to see that right there. I'd be given one more out, and then I would have to exit my trade right there. So I'm just watching it really closely to see what these candlesticks are doing. Still good. All these candlesticks right now are important. VIX getting murdered right now, trading 13.14 right now. HYG bullish to the upside. Dixie holding its own right now, 104.24. We might need to rethink the price of Dixie. Tesla's still doing well. Tesla looks really good right now, by the way. Reddit's still looking really good right now. NASDAQ is kind of in a weird place. This is kind of my thing, right? Like right where we are right now. This is kind of like do or die for SPOOs. Next few candles, this one. Next few candles, find out where the buyers are they actually here or not, and if we're going to squeeze up or not. You can see it right here. I'm going to have to play slap that motherfucking ass one more time, ain't I? Now, I want you to know out there right now, okay? I want you to know something. If you are short right now, thank you for contributing to the Captain Jim James cash fucking pile with this squeeze right now. We sit here all day long for these moments, don't we? These things. This is why Captain Jim James doesn't have 100,000 followers. Because people close their fucking computer and go, fuck that guy. You're fucked now, by the way, if you didn't know it. I think you're fucked. Pretty sure you're fucked here. You'd have to be like, you're fucked here, by the way. I'm gonna get a nice little close. I'm gonna make some fucking bank here. Now we need better music than that. This is pretty good, isn't it? This is pretty good. I want to thank you for joining me every day. Hanging out with old Captain Jim James here. Oh, they didn't play that again, did I? We got a little bit more to go. Just throwing boulders up here. Look at them. Woof. Rage, seller rage right now. Get me out of my short, please. Woo! I posted on FinTwit just that I said they spent all weekend drinking the Doom while buyers took a vacation. And you can see it right here. You can see seller rage right now. Just rage. Anger right here. Just throwing boulders down right now. Just like pissed off right here. Get me out of my short position before I get run over. Look at it right here. Woof. What do you guys like to call it? I forget what you guys call this. This is called, what do you guys call this? A liquidation break. Woof. The chance to get out from being short before you get run over. Hello. Pissed off sellers right now. Raging pissed. Anger. Anthco saying 520 negative gamma has reduced about 60 to 70% here. $244. We've got 16 minutes until 3 p.m. Power or sour hour. You got sellers here just hoping for a new low in the next 16 minutes, trying their best to sell this down so they can get some blood into the close. If you're a seller, are you short here into this close? Do you have something up your sleeve between now and 3:34 p.m.? Because I can see you're really trying your best right now into this 3 p.m. hour to get a new low. Let's go back and look really quick. It's 2:44 in the afternoon. Let's check the time here and see where they are. Right in there. See if we can look at an hourly. Let's see. Check the bars. Let me clear this out really quick. This is an hour bar, by the way, if you want me to see what I'm talking about here. Yeah, they were buying the fuck out of that, 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 and out of that. Oh, they're trying right here.
Crude futures settle at $86.75.
4 hour bar. Oh, yeah, dude. Look at that.
Cents or one spot.
Beast mode. Look at that, Gord. This is a 4 hour bar right here. Just buying, and buying right here. See it right there? Whoop. So right where we are right now, we got to hold that. You see that? Prices. What are we going to hold? That bad boy right there. Let's see where that stands. 1 minute. And look where we are right there. Shocker. Right there. You see it? See that white line right there? This is supposedly where the buyers are. See it right there? Looks like they're showing up still. They're right there. Show this better. Put that target back up there again. There they go, right there. That back up. Sorry, I had to pull that all off so that I could see where they are. They're right here. They've been buying this they've been buying this shit all morning long. All morning. Buying the fuck out of it all morning long. Buying it all. Dirty, dirty, dirty buyers. I'm still long here. I haven't sold nothing. I just want to make sure I know where they are, just in case they aren't here anymore. I want to see also what they need to get by 3 p.m. And they didn't get it so far, so that the sellers have not gotten lower. No new low, no new low. Buyers still in control right now. They're about to get run the fuck over here for the next hour. We'll see what happens here. About to get run over. You just want cheaper puts? Do not play the music. Oh no, this is all part of it right here. This is all part of it right here. Yeah. So when we have these clusters, right, as we cross, you'll see price always come back to check. Not always, but most of the time. That's why I drew this originally. The reason I drew this originally is because when you see the crosses, you'll see us revert back to that price. Up or down doesn't matter. Oftentimes you'll see it. So if you see like a cross happening, the recheck of that cross will take place most times. Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad, Uncle JBJ. I won't play the music. I'll keep it quiet. Let's just stay here and just watch it happen. Or Bob's day or Ken's day. They're pretty pissy here. I mean, I will say this. There's a lot of anger here. Without a doubt. And I am watching this closely because I don't want to get rolled here. And if they do roll me over here, I know the buyers are gone. So I don't want to get, the buyers could be gone, pushing down for a better price too. Oh, Kenny G from Citadel. Or who's the, recently it's been what? Bill Ackman and Eichen providing the liquidity, right? Of late. Let me drink some water here. I'm losing my voice. Right where this white line is right here. That's where they are. Or that's where they were. I don't like that line. Let's do a line, I guess. We have a lot. Have you guys noticed that we have a lot of have you guys noticed recently we've had a lot of like 3 o'clock, 3:30, like bloodbaths, 3:30 creepy crawlers up the Wally, all that kind of shit? I've noticed it recently. Like fake out some dealers and shit. SPX trying to clean out the gap above at 52.33. ARM just plugging away. Dixie, can't tell you. It's got a bear cross on it. Tesla looking good so far. NVDA having a great day. WC having a kick-ass day. Small caps having a kick-ass day. I should put IWM up here. I don't know why it's not here. By the way, I did a big, I think we did some big posts in IWM. I was asking for it to get posted. I don't know if it got posted. IWM coming back to check its 5-minute or its hourly trigger right now. IWM got a big oil trade coming up for the month. David AMS and Larry Williams talking about soybeans. So we've got a bunch of soybean charts getting released to the pro traders. I don't know. I'm gonna try to get them inside of the Discord as well. I think I put it on. I think we did RTY and not IWM, by the way. So I did do RTY for the futures traders out there. I wish I had done. So like last night, I charted out ES and didn't post it. I wish I had. I don't know if it's still here, but I charted out ES last night. I want to get into doing more futures. I just don't have the fucking time. Like David saves my ass out there because I'm not. I wish I could do like futures and cash market. I just don't have the time to do it all. It's just a ton of work. $2.53, 7 minutes. Come on, Bears. If you're going to do it, it's now, baby. You got 7 minutes, Bears. 7 minutes. 7 minutes, Bears. It's making my eyes bleed now. There's a little bit of a roll going on in HYG here. VIX still rolling down. Reddit blasting off, trading 54.86. We gave a price target of Reddit of $100. Going back up right now. Dixie looking pretty bad, looking rough. I haven't checked DIA yet today. Anybody know if DIA came back today? I thought DIA was kind of funny. They had like the ooh. Now I'm interested in this trade. I'm kind of glad DIA. I want to keep an eye on DIA. Ooh. This is Dow Jones Industrial Average. I'm glad it hasn't moved yet. Maybe I'll do a chart for this tonight. I was looking at Dow Jones Industrial Average, and they had like the it just ramped like the 20. It's been ramping even since before then. I gotta keep a close eye in case I get rolled. Like they had the CNBC blood red screens up. They had like the doom and gloom. Like they had the fucking full like graphic package going for Dow Jones Industrial Average. I'm like, look at this shit. It's just gone straight the fuck up. Like straight up. Just like straight up. And they were like, doom. And I was like, this fucking thing hasn't stopped going up. It's just gone straight the fuck up. And they went with the red graphics package on CNBC the other day. They were like Dow Jones down 200 points today. I'm like, and then they had like a little byline, but it's green on the week. I was like, yeah, dude, shit's been fucking green and green and green and green. It hasn't stopped. It hasn't even stopped. What's with the red package? 4 minutes left. We're going to find out right now. We're coming into the half an hour. Power or sour hour. We're going to find out if they're manipulating, playing games. We got a shortened week here. Bears. I will say this for the Bears. For the sellers. They have been able on the last at least 1 or 2 short weeks. They have been winners on those short weeks. It's been a good week for a pullback, a bigger pullback for more up to come. So far, hasn't proven itself. We're at the hourly trigger right now. If there was a place for a bear to re-short the week, if you think this is a bigger pullback this week, the hourly trigger is the place to do it. Oh yeah, I love bears, dude. I love bears. You guys know I love bears. 257, 3 minutes left. Sellers trying to get below this buyer line right here. Want to get below this, at least on a 4-hour basis. Trying their best right now. They just need a good 4-hour down bar. Grinding higher, trying to get above the hourly trigger. You can see the resistance above there in 525 or 520.86. Let me know if you're shorting here for the rest of the week. Are you bearish for the rest of the week here? I'm interested to know. La 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 la. Are you do you think it's going to be a down week? Are you positioned short here or no? Yeah, in my view, that's good. More time spent here, usually the more bullish it is. Anybody out there short? I think Chase is short. Chase wants to see 5,200, the gap get closed down lower. See what you guys are saying out there. Gary H saying that he's bearish. Chase saying can't even short it for tomorrow. Can rip higher and downside is somewhat limited. It's hard, like it's hard. It's a short week, so you know it's gonna run fast, right? I think I would have liked to have seen this morning when I did last night's brief for today. I was really interested in do we go lower than 519? I would have liked to have seen like blood, and then maybe a squeeze higher in a Tuesday, and then short the fuck out of Tuesday. But it's not looking like that so far. 1 minute trigger continues to march higher. 5 minute trigger now about to cross the half-hour trigger. Should see some fireworks here coming up soon. I'll give you one thing. These fucking sellers are pissed. You can see the piss. You can see they're pissed, right? We ain't going, but you can see it right there, right? It's right here. Someone is max short. See it right there. This right here is these are the old men. These are the old, the old guys with the, what do we call these? What do we call them around here? Old gym bros. That's where they are right here. They've come down from all-time highs. And these aren't the young gym bros. These are the old men. They did the original short for Friday, and they're right here. They do not want to see this blast higher. They want a good solid week of down. And they're throwing the kitchen sink right now. We think buyers are right at 520.59. Don't know who's stronger yet. They keep buying. $3:01. 1 minute into the new half an hour. Halfway through the hour. Testing the half-hour trigger once more. See if we can see anything on Bookmap here. Yeah, there's an iceberg of buying. There's some support here, man. They're climbing right up and right here. So I need to see a rug pull right here to believe that we're bearish here. I'm not seeing it just yet. I keep seeing this. This was hanging out all day long today. This never got filled down below. Let's go look and see it. And I was like questioning why this is still down here. You see that down there? It's just parked. This has been here all morning, all since this morning. They're just not paying attention to it at all. Or what are they saying? Are they saying blast up and then straight down for the real dip buy? That's what I was afraid of. I was afraid of like the squeeze and then an immediate reversal. I have an upside sell. I have an upside sell stop above. So still long. Only way that I get not long here or I cut myself loose is if there's any kind of price action like this. I would need to see something with the 5-minute rolling and the 1-minute trigger rolling. I need to see price like get underneath here. Come back up and start doing that nonsense right there. And I'd get out somewhere in there. Let's find out if they're still there or not. They're trying to roll it down right now. $3:05 in the afternoon. This candle's going to be important here. Sellers are pissed. A little bit of weakness here in the hourly trigger. Are they still here or not? We're going to find out really fast. I'm getting scared here. I'm getting really freaked out. I'm going to have to switch to a seller here. Not yet, though. Ooh, man, they are fucking trying, dude. Woof! Woof! Still long here. Ah, fuck. These fucking buyers. Goddamn buyers. Going to take it all the way down right now. Right there. Go down a little bit more. Adding March 28th. I shouldn't be doing this, a little bit too early. March 28th, 527C for 23 cents right here. And I'm still long calls for today and a day. Motherfuckers. I should have waited for down here. Hold on down here. There's still 23 cents. I think my calls for today are fucking gone. I'm sitting on some more calls for Friday. I'm about to they're going to smoke this shit right down. They're going to blast this shit right down right here. The big fucking pool of blood. Dude, I got trapped in there so bad. Woof. And I'm long calls here. I'm long calls for today, and I just picked up Friday calls for 527C, 23 cents. Angry sellers, buyers, rug pull. Woof. I'm still doing pretty good here. So right now I'm at 10 cents on calls. My calls aren't dead. I'm surprised. I thought they'd be dead right now. I've got I bought them for 20 cents, but I got 521 C's for today, and I've got 527s for Friday. I just picked up Friday calls right here, and I'm only down. I'm at 10 and 11 cents right now, so I'm not completely angry right now. I'm down 50% on calls for the day. 3:14 in the afternoon. I'm really afraid of this next leg down here. Or at worst case scenario, blast it back up to retest this above. We'll see how this works out. Buyers, rug pull right here. Bear hit and run, baby. I got to play the bear music for the Bears. Hold on one second, because we're not done going down. Should I get out of the zero dates today and get rid of them? They're gonna take all that. They're gonna take that call. They're gonna take that call money. I guarantee it. The stuff for today, they're gonna take it all. Now 9 cents on 521 C's. Take the lick and keep the roll. I gotta play Danger Snow for the Bears. Goddamn Bears! I gotta play the bear music for him. Don't let him take it to zero. I'm at 9 cents right now on him. No! Fucking Bears! Taking my lunch money. Still long calls for today. Now they're at 8 cents. We're not getting there today, are we? There ain't no way we're getting there. 521. There ain't no fucking way we're getting there today. They're gonna take my 9 cents on me, my 10 cents, take all my 0 to 8 money. Time's 4 p.m. They're gonna smash this green bar right here. They're gonna smash this. Take a look around here. Bring that up. 4 p.m. Feel good in the Friday trade there. No, I'm good. I'm gonna stay in this. I'm gonna stay in this trade. This is good. I'm gonna stay in it. I feel good that I'll get some of my 0 to 8 money back. Trading 8 cents right now. Motherfuckers. Come on, baby. Trading 8 cents right now in 0 to 8s. Down 12 cents on 0 to 8s right now. Trading 9 right now. Fucking Bears. Goddamn fucking Bears. 3:17, 45 minutes left. Still long 0 to 8s for 521, but they're gonna eat these things at some point unless we get up there. Like these will go to 0 even if we trade this. Even if we trade 521, it ain't gonna matter. They'll zero these fuckers out. We'd have to trade at least that. Even that I might only get like 3 cents or some bullshit like that. So on this rip right here, I'm gonna close 0 to 8s up on the half-hour trigger up here. I'm gonna attempt to close this shit right up here. And I'm gonna stay along the calls for Friday and try to take my wounds, lick my wounds on that trade. I should close right now, and I'm not. Hold on a second here. $3:19 in the afternoon. Trade 9 cents. How about this? I'll make it better. All right, I got to stop here. I got to stop here at 7 cents. So I got to stop on 7 cents on zero dates for today. I'll take my wounds. I'll lick my wounds on that trade if it goes down to 7 cents. Because I think they're going to roll this. I think without a doubt they're going to roll this shit down. I think without a doubt this comes down, but not guaranteed. But I got 7 cents stop on zero dates today. Just got taken for a pretty big fucking ride. 25 contracts, and I'm down over 50% at this point. I'm taking the L at this one. The good thing is that you guys know I run these to zero, so I'm not going to do that today. Trading 8 and 9 right now. They're going to take them though in just a second. Now, I did buy some calls for Friday. I bought 527s for a Friday close because I'm still bullish on this week. The buyers are still here. They're pushing it down, pushing it down. 4-hour candle. This is just minutes right now, so I'm not too concerned, but I am pissed at this right here. Super fucking pissed. And I'm out. I'm going to be out. Nope, still in. Still in right now. God damn it. First trade of the week, a fucking loser. I need money for vacation this weekend. Don't take my vacation money. I'll be eating these words by Friday. I'll be telling the kids no vacation. They're not letting me out right now either. They're like, there's still time. I'm like, you lying? You're such a fucking liar. I don't have any time here. I don't know why the dealers are keeping them up so it's like printed up so high. We're gonna blast the fuck down. I'm gonna get stopped out here in just like 2 minutes. Oh fuck yeah, dudes! I lose trades in this show all the time. The reason I'm here is so you can see me lose, not win. It's to see when I fucking lose. God damn it. Just got smoked. And I'm out too. Watch them rip it green. I'm already out. I'm long calls for Friday though. I got 23-cent calls. I'm happy. They're fucking 3 days away. But son of a bitch. I at least didn't let him go to zero this time. Give me respect for that. I normally go to zero in these fucking things. I got so bent out of shape, I'm like, fuck them. Hold them to the fucking dirty end. In my brain, I'm telling myself right now, I just rolled. You guys want to hear how my brain's working right now? I'm like, well, if I don't let them go to zero and I roll into Friday calls that cost me 23 cents, like I take the like 8 or 10 cents or whatever. Yeah, now they're like 13-cent calls because I rolled. That's what I'm telling my brain right now. I'm in for 13 on Friday for 527C. Well, it's actually not that low. It's only 7 cents, so it's like I'm in for like 16 now. Something like that. Yeah, this is pretty big. We're going to go down there and slam into. We're definitely taking this shit out. It's like right here, this is going bye-bye. That's all going bye-bye right there. That shit's gone. Like this whole run. Let me go over to the trigger screen and show you guys. So like this whole pump right here is gone. See that pump right there? That pump is gone. You get rejected there. Bye-bye. See you later. Then to come back up here and try to get a new low down here. So your next leg is down there. So this one right here is probably on board too. This one right here is probably going to get tagged. You're likely going to have some, like just like that. That's what I would expect into the close right there. You can't give this up. If you're a bull and you gave this up, I'm a bull. You can't give this up here. You can't be down here checking and trying to squeeze, get these guys selling on you. The moment you gave this up right here, the moment these buyers gave it up, these ones right here. What do they say in Aliens? game over, man. Game over. So they're going to come back here and check all this shit right here, and they're going to check all this shit down here. Last known place of buyers, down here. This pump, just gone. Psh, psh. Can't come over here and buy this shit. This is what I'm doing, right? Yeah, let's buy this. Lose this trade and expect to only come back right here. You're going to come right back down here, find out if these buyers are real. Right now, they're not real, are they? We'll watch it unfold right now. This will come right back up to this 1 minute trigger. And they're going to sell this shit straight down into the bell. Good job, Bears. You got me. I'm going to laugh about this because I didn't go to zero. I'm going to take it as I didn't go to zero here. But you definitely probably have the leg down. So but this pump is gone for sure. This pull pump. Fuckers. I'm going to start swearing on stream now. Watch how you guys want to see the 5 emotions? I'm going to go through them right in front of you. When you lose. Why? Because I want cheap dip buying. Market is supportive. We are buy the dip, not sell the rip. We are buy the dip. We're in positive gamma. We are buyers of dips right now. So any shit like this, I'm buying it. Any kind of chance I get down here, I'll buy it all day long. Yeah, anger, sadness. What are the 5 stages? Anger, sadness, denial, and then acceptance is one of them, and there's one more, isn't there? Yeah, buy weakness. We're buyers of dips right now. We're not sellers of rips until we got a lot of work to do to become sellers of rips. We have a lot for bears to be sellers. Here, let me show you guys something. I'm going to show you what a seller of a rip is. Like when you become a seller of a rip. Like you can sell the hourly trigger, but we're not sellers of rips until we're underneath the daily trigger. We need the hourly trigger to cross the daily trigger, then we become seller of rips. That's when any rip gets sold. Every single rip gets sold. So you get pullbacks, right? And then you get corrections. And pullbacks are you buy the dip until it stops working. It's been working since October. It's been working for a long time. God damn it. They're going to erase this whole fucking thing down here. Fuckers. What is it called? I don't remember what it's called. There's like 5 stages. I've got a book over here on it for trading. I got like a trader psychology book that talks about it. Reddit is the hedge. No, you guys never went through death? Yeah, stages of grief. They have it for trading too. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Yeah, that's what it is, I think. Hold on, I got a book on it. Hold on a second. No, this is the wrong one. This is Thinking in Bets. This is the one on gambling. Like how to be a good gambler. The 5 P's. Proper preparation, prevent poor performance. Oh, I'd put my performance over 10 trades against my 1 loss. This is actually my 1 big loss in a little bit here. I've been having some pretty good trades, so I'm due for one. I'm due for a loss. I am due for a loss. Motherfucker, though. God damn it. And if this thing runs up into the bell, I'm going to be even more mad. Like, run it all the way up. I'm going to be like, Because all this is to me is pushing price down. That's all this is. A better buy-in. Some asshole that's late to the party. Don't tell the L. Oh. Fucking A. I gotta like pretend like my brain is like this. My brain is like, you should have ran them to zero. I'll kid you not. That's what my brain's telling me right now. My fucking brain is like, you should have held on to those fucking things right to zero. Like, should have held them. Like, even right now, it'll be like that till 4 p.m. I'll be like, should have held them. Should have held them. Even if they go to zero, it doesn't matter. My brain is telling me, hold them to zero. Hold them to zero. Should have held them to zero. Fucker. Now I want to buy them back again. Literally, that's what my brain's thinking right now. Buy them all back right now. 4 cents. Yeah, I'm bullish here. I'm still bullish. The whole week I'm bullish. Good sailor goes down with the ship. I've done that before, man. I've lost a lot of money doing that. I'll be pissed. We know it's going up, David. I know it's going. You and I both know it's going up here. It's just getting better price. I got Friday calls right now, so I'm good. I got Friday calls. I got my Friday calls. I'm happy, man, for the week. I got 427s. I got them for 23 cents. I did save 7 cents off my zero dates. So I basically have. See how the brain works? I basically have a discount on Friday calls right now by rolling. Well, dude, I'll be green today too if we run up to the close. I will be green. My day will be super fucking green. Oh shit. Oh, they're fucking me right now. We're at 20 fucking cents still. These guys are dicks, dude. Repricing my fucking options on Friday, too. I am happy, though, because I didn't buy calls this morning. I'll say this, too. I didn't buy weekly calls in the opening bell, and I should have. So I got my weekly calls. Now I'm happy. I got my weekly calls. I'm good. Happy guy right now. Overall, I'm happy here. I'm happy right now, Dave. I got my fucking weeklies in. Fuckers hit and running me. Motherfucker. I want to say like 10 swears right now. Oh, hold on, let me look at Reddit. I wasn't paying attention to Reddit. I have it. Oh, yeah, dude. Reddit now trading 58. 42, baby. Still have a price target on Reddit of $100. We hit the 65 on day one that we predicted. Still have not hit 100. And I have like I'm going to give like 100% chance of $100. And then I shouldn't say 100. Should be like $98. I'm going to give like a 50% chance of hitting 200 and like a 15% chance of hitting 3. But I think you then short it into the fucking ground. I'm long, David. I'm fucking long, man. I got my calls, bro. I'm happy. I know they're running this ship back. I already know, dude. Ugh. So fucking pissed. God damn old fucking, what do I call those guys? What do I call the old guys? The old weightlifters? Old gym bros. You beat me. Not often, but you did today. Yeah, I want to see $100 in I want to see $100 on Reddit. Yeah, I think we actually go higher than 527. I got a higher target than that. Like 527, whoop. We got 524 is all-time high right now, right? I think it is. Am I wrong on that? Yeah, 524. Yeah, I want to see 525 by or 527 by end of week. I want to see a failure of 530 by end of week. I can tell who reads the I can tell who actually reads this stuff. I want to see I want to see a failure of 530 by week end. And then I want to see a roll back down to 520. And then I want to see 530 get broken next week. And then I want to see a pretty significant roll down. I want to see a pretty significant roll down to like 510, 5,000, somewhere in there. And then I want to see a run to, oh no, I shouldn't say that. Like, how about 520? 520, like a roll. So I want to see a failure of 530. Then I want to see a come back down to 520, 5,200. And then I want to see another rip higher to break 530, 532, 5320 or something like that. And then I want to see a pull down to 4,900 at the deep end. And then 5,000 on the deep, or 5,000 to 4,900. But then I want to see a run to 5,500 out of that, a big run up to 5,500 for a summer run. And they're still here. These are all these bots. This is a 4-hour candle. You guys don't know that, right? Here, let's scale out for a minute. Let's just scale. I did this earlier for you. We'll do it again. We'll do it one more time. So you guys are like on a 1-minute chart. It's all doom and gloom, right? This all looks really bad, doesn't it? So earlier in the show, I said, let's go look at the 1 hour and the 4 hour. So let's in reality, let's go look and see what's going on. So here's a 1 hour chart right here, right? And you got the buyers here, right? This is the initial buy this morning, right? Buyers, right? Buying. And they're buying again right here. And this is why I have the buyers thing right here, because, see, I'm like, are they here? They're right here. I know that. But why am I asking about these buyers right here? Because in the 4 hour chart right here, let's take a look at this. Here, let me delete this again. I'll put it back in for you in a second. Ah, shit. So these buyers right here, you can see them, right? It's a 4 hour candle, right? Party on. Price is right here. And so I wrote the buyer thing in right here, right? Buyers. That's where they are. And they came right in here and went woof down into these buyers. But these buyers are still here. All these buyers are still here. So unless they can get a new low on a 4 hour basis. So right here, this is all they got. They didn't get a new low down here, right? So they're not pushing buyers down any deeper, right, than they were. We know the buyers are right here. And we also knew that the last 4 hour period, the buyers are right here. And all this is getting absorbed right now. You see that? All this is getting absorbed. So, like, if we scale out just a little bit, it's not so bad, is it? See it right there? Better? See how they pound down over here? So they pound down right here. And then, boom, we get up to the upside, right? So, and you can kind of see it's like forming a nice little base right here. You got a nice little bull flag right here. Trying to break above the hourly trigger right here, right? Because you start going up here and it's moonshot. And if we are going to moonshot, where do we go? We go to all-time highs, right? We don't go here. We go to all-time highs. I guess 525 would be the first target right here. But it's like 526, 527, somewhere up there. Something like that. Close out the week with a failure. Somewhere in there. Actually, have the first. It'd be like it wouldn't be a 2 pump. It'd be a 3 pump. You get the one right here. Come back down. Get that one right there. I don't know why this doesn't want to work for me. Something like that right there. We're trading a 1 minute chart here, not a 4 hour chart, right? Delete all that shit too. Now we're sitting here in a 1 minute or a 1 minute chart. And where are we again? Right back to the hourly trigger. Watch it. Right back to the hourly trigger. I'm not going to look at those fucking calls. I refuse. those 0-day calls, I'm not even going to look at them. I don't even want to stare at them. I don't even want to stare at them right now. I'm so angry. Let me look at them. Hold on. Stop. Yeah, they're at 5 cents, so I'm glad I sold. I got out at 7 cents, so I'm glad I got out. I don't want to look back on it and be pissed off. Trading 520.66 right now. Back to the half an hour trigger right now. Yeah, I'm bullish here. I'm the no way bearish. 0 way, but you're like looking at a 1 minute trigger or a 1 minute chart right now. I'm trying to fucking I'm just grateful that I got my buy-in for the weekend, so I'm happy. And I know you're all bearish out there, but I'm not bearish in any way, shape, or form. I got zero bear here in me. None. We're getting all-time highs, guaranteed. But if we close, if those fucking calls go back to 20 cents, I'm going to be fucking pissed. We look at Reddit every day. We look at Reddit every day. I think we look at Reddit every day. Motherfuckers. Oh. I'll just come back on Friday and be happy. That's all I can say. I'll be happy on Friday. Fucking manipulation. Dirty manipulation. You doubled down? I didn't double down on zero dates. I just doubled down on, or I didn't double down. I ended up going with Friday calls. Dude, what the fuck is going on right now? Why are we getting the big giant gap in here? Is this the fucking bond vigilantes? Hold on here. You gotta look at something. These goddamn bond vigilantes are stinky right now. I gotta close that. Getting cold here. Yeah, didn't I give it a B? I thought I gave it a B. I thought I said B here on the stream. So did you double down on zero dates for today or for calls for Friday? And are you long here for Friday would be the big question. Sorry, I mean the 28th. I got the calls for the 28th. I'll give you the exact date. 28th. Thursday, sorry. I'm getting old. 328. Yeah, there's cheap calls for Friday still. Well, I missed the call buying in the open, so I'm like, fuck it. If I ever get the chance, I'm going to buy some. Yeah, it's a good trade. I'm pissed here, though. I'm fucking pissed. And if they run this up into the bell, I'm going to be really angry. The fucking Bears drinking too much Kool-Aid out there. You can grab them right here, 0 to 8 Eric. Dude, there's some dirt cheap calls for Friday. Dirt cheap. They're like 20, 30, 40 cents. Thursday. 4-day out calls. You got some? Right on. Good job. We'll do 0 dates again tomorrow. We'll do some more 0 dates tomorrow. We ain't done doing 0 dates this week. I got to piss like a racehorse. I've been here all day long and haven't taken a piss. I haven't heard anything on the MOC yet. Financial Juice hasn't posted anything since 1:16 this afternoon. No shit, move index dropping to 2-year low at $90. I need a piss bottle. I need a piss bottle and a diaper. Dude, are you going to give me another buy-in down here? I'll load more up right now if you're going to do this shit. I was kid you not. You do some more of this. What time is it right now? 3:48? God, do it again. Come down a little bit more and I'll buy more. Hold on a second, I'm going to buy more. My shit's freezing right now. $11 minutes to the close. there. I've got so right now I own 527C for Friday. I've got a second trade set up for Friday, 525Cs. I haven't bought them yet, but I'm about to pull a trigger on another 10 contracts for that trade. 525C into the bell. Have not bought those yet. $350 right now in the afternoon. Where's that second target down below? Yeah, they kind of hit it right here. The first target they never hit, it was right here. Right there. Oh, shit. They're not budging, are they? All right, so now I'm long 525 and 527 for Friday. They're not budging on price down here, so. There's one more target down below pretty far, but I don't know if they can get there, if the Bears can get there. It's right down here. Oh, you sons of bitches. Yeah, it's still only a penny or so. It's not so bad. It's not as doom and gloomy as it looks or seems. They're taking out everybody's stops in here. Everybody's stops are going by. Eight more minutes left. Target to the downside, 519.60. That is the, that's not the low. Here I am buying fucking calls as we're bleeding like a motherfucker. I might add some more if we get down here. We got another 10-pack set up for 527 and another 10-pack set up for 525. Not going to buy those unless we get down here. Go down there. Come on. This is the one that I'm afraid of. This fucker down here. You see that bad boy? That shit wants to run. Look at that one down there. And that one is way down here. That one is way, 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 way down there, right there. I got 2 more 10 packs set up for 525 and 527. We're going to go down there. We're going to tag all this right here. All that's getting tagged. Come on. Come on down. I'm so glad I sold those fucking 0 dates. Oof. Saved my ass on those 0 dates. Those fucking things are at 0 now. You weren't getting my 7 cents. You dirty dogs already took me for fucking goddamn 13 cents on that shit. Give me one more red bar. All right, let's see if we can get a fill here. You got to fill in 525, but not on 527. I need one more penny on 527. I'll take 16. Long 20 contracts on 525C, 527C for Friday now. Now, fully, I've got 40 contracts going. Now I'm sweating balls. Trading 519.77. The low in the day is down here at 519.45, so just so you can see that. This is the low in the open this morning. The entire day's move erased into the end of the day, and then like last hour to the downside. I lost 13 cents on a 20-cent 0 date. They were actually up to 27 cents. I was actually up at one point, I think 27 cents on the trade. And I don't like this fucking bar down here. Thursday, sorry, I keep saying Friday. 328. March 28th. Sorry about that. March 28th. We still have some markets open on Friday, don't we? I thought we still had. Isn't the bond market open on Friday or no? Yeah, I'm good here. I feel good. My only fear here is that we're going to blast down in the overnight. Clean that shit out right there. See that one right there? I'm good here. I feel really good. I had to chase 527. I was looking for an extra penny, and I couldn't get it, so I had to reset and order again, raise up a penny. I'm in for like 18 cents or some shit like that right now, so I'm feeling pretty good. I feel good. I feel safe. My only fear here is they're going to go down and rip this fucker down for like middle. Oh. Oh, yeah. I like that. That's good. All right, so I'm long here pretty big, like a pretty decent way for Friday. I got torched my first trade this week. I'm pretty angry about it. I'm not as angry because I usually will lose and let it go to zero, so I'm kind of happy with myself. We are squeezing up right now on the end of Tuesday. We erased almost the entire move. These green bars, this is where the buyers were this morning. So I am long at least for the week for the next 3 days. I've got 525 Cs, 527 Cs. I still have a bullish thesis here into Thursday, not Friday. What else do I have for you? There's a bunch of posts on the website. Number 2, on Thursday, my oldest daughter gets done with school sometime in the afternoon. I'll be taking a long weekend vacation to go hiking with my kids. I haven't had any time alone with my children in a fair amount of time. It's been some serious time without my kids. So you may not see me fully on Thursday. I keep saying Friday, but you may not see me fully on Thursday. Thursday morning, there is a trade for 0 dates, and we'll try to take that trade together. I don't know. I'm going to work the trade because it usually works itself into the close. So I don't know exactly how that trade works itself out. It's going to be a hard one. I'm hoping that I can be here the entire day or at least till like 3:30 or something like that. But anyways, DWAC cranked today. No, easy. I got 20 of each, 40 total. Easy. 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 I got 20 of each for 40 total. You guys are savages. I'm not that fucking stupid. All right, I'll see you guys on I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. You're going to expect a market brief tonight for expectations for tomorrow. Yeah, no shit. I used to do that shit. I used to do that. I don't do that anymore. I'll be honest, sometimes I do it without telling you, but not anymore. I don't do it like I used to do it. I felt like I was getting front run by I was getting front run. I would like trade 0 dates for like 30 grand, 20 grand, 5 grand, 15 grand, 20 grand, 30 grand, work up to $30,000. And I really, truly believe they were fucking me. So that's a true goddamn thing, for me at least. I was getting bundled, I think, with other, or not just retailers, but like anyone buying 0 dates in size. And people will say I'm wrong on that. That's fine. You say, do what you do. I'll do what I do. Well, as soon as I started going smaller, I started it was like just part of the pack. Nobody was noticing. So I don't know if it was my broker that was doing it to me. It's a long story, but so I don't do that anymore. Sometimes I do and don't tell you, but it's not like I used to. I don't trade like that anymore. At all. Like I control myself with the 0 dates now. I fucking control myself. Now, for the rest of the week here, you'll get a market update for tomorrow. For tomorrow. There is some concern here. We are underneath the hourly trigger. They sold off the third time now they've sold off the hourly trigger, right? Sold off once above here, once, sold right here twice, and they're going to try to do it again. So, and this has been, I don't want to subscribe to this shit, but every short week we've had a major, not a correction, but a major pullback on those short weeks. And I'm wondering if they're going to try this bullshit again to try to get us down into end of month flows. But if they're gonna do that, so we'd have to look back on OPEX and see what were we at on OPEX. Was it 515? I think they want to park it at 515 or some shit for end of month flows. But yeah, you know, I'm still here. I'm still here for it for the week. I'm still bullish on the week. I want to see what their end of month flows are, or what their end of month trades are that they want to close out in the money. So yeah, I'm thinking I'm still long here. I'm still feeling good about it by tomorrow. Now, I will say this, into tomorrow, right? This shit down here does not make me feel good. This makes me want to like kind of throw up my mouth. That's a 52.50, 52.52. Not too bad. It's not too far off. Can I show Nike triggers? Yeah, I can show Nike triggers. Hold on. You want to see Nike? God damn it. Ooh, Nike, baby. What happened to Nike? I like Nike a lot here. I don't know. What do you like about Nike? The squeezing? Yeah, you're not done going down here. Price target on Nike. You're not done going down in my view. Price target on Nike. Oh yeah, at least $80. You're not done going down in Nike. You're gonna erase that whole fucking trade, I'll be honest with you. Price target, $56. I am bearish on Nike. That whole trade is dead in my view. That's one of the last ones out there, isn't it? There aren't too many left like this, is there? Yeah. You'll trade. In my view, you'll trade 50. You'll trade this entire. You will give back this entire trade right here. So $58 price target. And it's trading 93 right now. I think it's just a waiting game on Nike. Are you bullish on Nike or no? I'll show you the triggers if you want to see it. Hold on here. I'll get the triggers for you, brother. It's pretty fucking bearish. That is not bullish. Even if it squeezes, it's just for more liquidity to sell. You should be selling the rip on this one for sure, in my view. Triggers are 109.64, 102, 100. You're below the hourly trigger here. And your daily velocity is pretty, it's just becoming bearish now. Like you have more bearishness on your way. And I'll be honest, looking at that chart, it's one of the last, I mean, remember the whole Nike trade? Whole Nike trade was what? They're going to start a online selling or online, let me go back to the, let me see what the talking to viewers. Nike trade wasn't the Nike trade like a, they were going to start doing, they were going to take their sales away from retail and do online sales, and it was supposed to be a new avenue for them. Now, even saying that, to me, the entire COVID trade should be erased, or most of the COVID trade should be erased for most companies. Not all companies, but most. Nike, I would think, would be one of them. At least for me, I would think it's an accumulation trade. They accumulate it up from the bottom. They're going to trade it all the way up, take all their money, and then they're going to start over again. It could be slightly higher. Their low was what? $68. So maybe, was it 68? Was it? I'm going to look back one more time. Hold on. It's trading 93 right now. Yeah, you kind of, no, I'm wrong there. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm bearish in the, how about this? Let me change my opinion. You kind of had the trade taken away. I can see it now. How about this? I'll give you this. Price target $70. $70.83. $70. Their guidance was awful. Yeah, I remember they had a guidance or two that was really bad recently. Maybe they closed the gap on, they have a gap down here at $70. It looks like it's done going down. The first rip low. It looks like they. Let me go back to it. I mean, it looks like here they did give away the entire trade. This looks like they. I was like, well, maybe Nike didn't give the COVID trade back, but it looks like they did. Looks like they did give the COVID trade back. So I might be looking a little bit too closely at this. This looks like the COVID trade is dead. That's gone. That's good to see that they gave back the COVID trade. Now over here, this looks like demand, right? They're buying here. They're buying this. And now I guess maybe you're wondering, when are they going to step in here? The only thing I can think about that would be that they never closed the gap at $70. I'm actually bullish on this in the long term, just not in the interim. Like stuff like this, then you get your actual continuation of the upside. It's like overall, not a bear on Nike as a company. It looks more bearish on another time frame than it does right now. But this right here, right? This is like me trading zero dates, right? It looks like doom and gloom, but it really isn't. I would be accumulating it down here. I think it's a good accumulation down here. $70 for Nike? Yeah. Unless there's something that we're missing here. $2018. Yeah, these look like they're all active buyers down here in the 40s and 60s. Like 78.17. That would likely be up at 70 at that point. This could be a long trade. This could be a year-long trade, man, for Nike. Like before you actually get there. You might want to set some alerts at $70 and then revisit it. This could take all goddamn year to get there, too. It's like one of those Dow Jones fucking stocks. Went over Tesla today. We go over it 3 days a week via Market Brief, and then I went over Tesla earlier today. David, take it easy, brother. I'll see you later tonight. No thoughts on SSG. What else you got here? Any input in Tesla? Yeah, we went over Tesla on the show today. I get asked that question. No offense to you either at all. I get asked about Tesla 20 or 30 times a day. No joke. Like 20, 30 times a day. Amazon. Any thoughts on Amazon? Do I have any thoughts on Amazon? Do I have any thoughts on Amazon? It loves fucking trading a range, doesn't it? Any thoughts on Amazon? You mean like short it here? No, I don't think you short it here. I think it trades easily 200. I'm bullish here to 200 right now, and then a pullback, and then it'll start trading to, might even go higher, 220, 240. Amazon likes being range bound, and then it likes to trade that range for a length of time usually. But I'm pretty bullish on Amazon here. You want to know what my target is for Amazon? You guys are asking a shit ton of questions right now. Yeah, I'm bullish on Amazon. And no, I don't think it gets rolled. I think it's just like S&P 500. It's going to get above $200. It's going to consolidate, and then it'll begin to trade higher than 200. And Amazon, as far as I'm concerned, as a company, AWS, they're not done. They're not going anywhere. You're not going to find Amazon. Everyone's like, Amazon bankrupt. That's bullshit. 100% bullshit. They're building AWS everywhere. They're in everything and in everything you touch, see. They're basically Apple. Yeah, they're you can't fade them yet. The only thing that I would say about Amazon would be they make big moves, right? Or they historically make like a big move up, and they'll trade that range for some time and consolidate up, down. A lot of professionals like to trade it because it's pretty consistent once they make a move. Like they make a move up, then it's like bounce up and down, consistent money making. Then every once in a while they'll make a big leg down, It's not common though, but this whole AWS and like AI shit, all this shit here is gonna get them up there. They're gonna go the next level up. Yeah, agreed. UPS. UPS I would defer to Binky on. If you don't know who Binky is, he's also known as Frank the Bear. I would ask him. I defer all my takes on FedEx and UPS to him. He was an insider for many, many years. He doesn't anymore. He's retired. But he's the guy. I don't fuck with FedEx or UPS. I listen to him. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 or 9 a.m. I'm a little pissed off right now. I'll be honest with you guys. I fucking hate losing. Sometimes people on public will be like, why is he so angry? Not me, but other people. Like, because they're fucking winners. They are here to win all day, every day. When they lose, they get angry. It's normal. I haven't discussed carry today. April 52C has a lot of exposure. Let's take a look at carry. Carry's been great, though, by the way. Great index to trade. Regional banking. Love it. Fucking love it. This is the same shit. Oh, you guys can't see it. I mean, this is KRE, right? Doom and gloom. What do they do on this index? Same shit as they always do. Accumulate, distribute. Supposedly there's fraud in regional banks, but what do? They accumulate and distribute. Accumulate, distribute. And this is the accumulation phase. Look where they got parked. Look where they got parked. Surprise, surprise, right? Right down on their 6-month trigger. So am I bullish on KRE? Fuck yeah, I am. And if they can hold above their monthly trigger, above 49.86, you're going to see them rip faces off and trade 57, 58. And then down the road, you're going to see them once again trade $72. This is a prime example right here of accumulation and distribution. They don't give a fuck about your fraud. They just care about trading it down, trading it up, trading it down, trading it back up again. Yeah, I like the stonk. Or not the stonk, but I like the ETF. I tell my wife it's normal. Do you know what I do? When I first started like losing big, the first time I would like lose and tell people or tell my wife and friends, and I can't tell them anymore. I don't tell them anything. Like my real life friends, like people that don't know what I do but kind of know what I do, I don't tell them anything anymore. I'd get in big trouble. You guys have a great day. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow. You tell your wife it's normal. I think I always tell people, don't tell your friends and don't tell your wives. Don't tell your husbands, your boyfriends, unless they know what it's about. Don't tell them because you can upset people too. Like if your friend's a teacher and you lose your friend that's a teacher's salary in a week or two, they're gonna think you're disgusting. And if you make their money in a week or two, they're going to hate you, point blank. So I always recommend don't tell normal people that stuff, ever. Find a trader friend that you can talk to on the phone. Be like, woo, we did it together, or woo, we lost together, whatever it is. As a matter of fact, you guys might not know this. So I have a group of friends that I talk to. Like I have on the phone every day. There's a group of guys that I talk to that I trade with, and we take L's and wins together. And I don't share that part of my life on stream. They're here in the stream sometimes, but I don't share, and they don't share that stuff anywhere in public either. So if you have like a group, 2 or 3 people that you trade with, that you can take your wins and your losses with, that you can call on the phone and talk to them, I always recommend that. Yeah, I always do that with a friend. You know, it's like it's like big wins. I've had friends and family say you should get out now while you can, or you should do this or you should do that, and it's just a part of the process. So I don't know how to explain it to people. It's hard to explain to like a normal person that doesn't invest or trade in the stock market. They have no comprehension. They go to work every day, right, Monday through Friday, pay their bills, they live within their means, or they don't, and they just have a normal life. So, thanks, I appreciate it, Anthco. Doubly bad if you lose the ability to make that much and they look at you like you're a total failure. How could you do that? Yeah, you got to pull. The only other thing I would say to that would be take your money out of the stock market and you got to put it into appreciating assets. If you can do that at any point, do it immediately. And then you work off that money. Analyst, consultant, I like it. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. It's 4:20 right now, so I'll see you guys at 9 o'clock in the morning, baby. Later, guys. Oh, wait. Okay, there we go.